process. Oh my goodness, it's getting
Fallout.
so good. Yeah,
Fallout
yeah.
leaks. Oh, hello. Alright.
Hello, hello, hello.
Greetings. Oh, Jesus. I've been chugging soda, and how dare I yawn?
It is
Alright.
one of those days.
Yep, yep, yep. It feels like a kind of a slow day today. Alright, we got some interesting stuff to talk about. Let's see. Okay. Um, so let's start with the first topic, which is stop killing games. So wait, did we talk about this last week? I don't think so.
Part of the stop killing games because there's a whole bunch more
The
that's out.
the more wait, did more come out? Because I assume that from where we last left off, what is it? Stop Killing Games has exceeded past their signature quota by a large margin. And what is it? Uh the European, was it the European Union or something like that? Like Games Union or something. They came out with a statement saying that like
Yeah, the fake pseudo corpo representing um the people who do stuff uh to legal centers and what is that damn word? I asked you this last week. This is totally spaced my brain. I'm like, oh good, I'm not gonna forget that for the next couple of months. And I immediately forgot it again. The people who advocate for companies and businesses to the government and stuff like that.
lobbyists.
Those lobbyists, thank you. I Yes, I know it's a repeat from last week. But yeah, no, the lobbyists are 100% the people to blame for this. 100% are the people that are the most problematic, the most of a serious problem in this scenario. They really really are. Uh, I would say they are. They go out of their way to make sure that they cater to uh, companies and corporations and stuff like that. They don't actually actively care about us, the gamers, us, the players, the the developers. They only care about the bottom line of whoever is paying them to care about whatever thing that they're doing. The vile people.
Yeah.
Um, I think one out of every like maybe like 50 or 100, probably one out of every 100 has like some kind of a noble cause that they're trying to like help people with, and they're genuinely like I suppose you could say good people. But for the most part, these are some of the most scummiest people on the planet. Anyways, I won't get too much into that. So yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare as far as that all goes. Um, and what we're seeing is it's just insane. Like it really,
Yeah.
really is just insane.
So
um, but yeah,
so
they're going after this hard.
yeah, the lobbyist group came out with a statement saying how impossible the demands of the initiative are, and that it's like it's not feasible, which is
It's not.
weird. I if I
It's
remember,
so weird because it's not hard. It's like, okay, if you're going to retire a game from service and you're going to take it down from a storefront, you give the people who legally bought it the ability to download it, and you don't even have to seed that download. All you have to do is create a kind of like a file sharing system in which people could share it amongst themselves. Like you just like all you have to do is like just send one thing out and then be like, okay, we're done with this game.
yeah, it's
We're
not.
no longer making money off of it. So now everybody who bought it can legally have a hard copy of it that just works in an offline version on whatever program they can load the file into that can run the program. Which is
Yeah,
like that's not hard. Almost every single game maker out there today can take a version of the game, load it into its system. Like say I make a we'll make this super simplified. You make a game in RPG Maker. You make the game and then you select, and you can do this in Unity, you can do this in Unreal. All of these things have it. You go, you select the option to package the game and run it, and there's usually an option to reduce or limit any online demands of verification, that kind of stuff. It's literally just right there. You just click it and you're done, and you have this version that can run on anything. Now, again, it is simplifying it a little bit, but it's like it's this is already here in most scenarios.
Yeah, but I honestly think there is a feasible way where gamers can
Oh
have
yeah,
access to their games, and what is it? Companies can wash their hands clean of it and not be it being an issue. Just bring back physical copies. That's all you have to do. Just bring back physical copies. Literally, that is it. They just don't want to because they already ran the narrative that, oh, it's too expensive. It was literally cents, chump change to them. Like, you guys need to understand, this is a multi-billion-dollar company that makes billions of dollars every year. Every year, billions. And then they're saying that making physical copies is too expensive when back in the day it was literally just 2 cents. 2 cents to manufacture one disc. Are you in? Granted, with inflation, it would like what pad up to maybe $3 maybe per disc to manufacture. I'm pretty sure it's still feasible with their what is it? Their profit intake, I guess. I
yeah,
don't know.
but
I'm trying to sound fancy,
and
but you know what I mean. Like they make a lot of money,
yeah,
and they could feasibly
yeah.
afford this. They just don't want. They just don't want to because they want to. As everyone knows, they just want more money. So they just. Geez.
You know what else is a smart idea is if it's like, oh no, we don't know how to do this. It's like, okay, this is another way that libraries could be helped a lot. You have it so that you can go to a library, and any of these games that are discontinued, they're not freeware in the sense of like freeware, but you could just go to your public library and like download a copy of these old like out of market games. Like
Yeah.
again, if a company is saying we're no longer supporting this game, we're no longer selling this game, then I'm sure a deal could be made to help support and give libraries something because that's their job. And look, there's some people who say libraries are pointless and not needed. 100% they're not. Like I can't think of any scenario ever where I would say libraries are no longer needed. Let's just remove them from society. Absolutely not. Like, no, no way, no way. I mean, aside from being like, shelters for crazy homeless people who sleep in the bathrooms there, libraries serve a really important like reservoir of information in both like hard form and progressively like more like digital format, stuff like that. Like the libraries, all the libraries I go to these days have computers, but you never want to you never ever want to just completely go digital. Like I can think of like 1,000 like ways that can go badly. I can think of dozens of movies, horror movies, or like games like Fallout, where so in Fallout, there was a whole lot more information, like information kept in digital formats essentially in the world. But when the bombs fell, most of that digital stuff wasn't capable or around anymore, and that's why you have like all the music from the universe goes back to like the ink spots and stuff like that, is because they lost like 100 years of like music history because it was recorded in a digital form that wasn't able to be replicated in lower technology levels when the bombs came in. That was the original lore for the Fallout universe. Yay, Fallout! We're getting more Fallout games. Did I tell you we're
Yay.
getting more Fallout games? This is amazing.
Yeah.
Um, but but it's like, stop killing games. Should be partnering with libraries and in the industry. This is a win. This is an easy win. You set up emulators. You set up official emulators at public libraries for people to experience technology as it was in the day.
Hmm.
Like this is what we've all been asking for. And again, like the government wants to like find a way to keep finding a reason that they keep supporting and funding libraries. It's like this again, this is such an easy win. You just take anything that's you're not making money off of anymore and you say, hey, government owes us like, $10 million for letting every library in the country have access to this file so that people can play the games of yesteryear. And it's just a tax write-off. Like, holy Toledo Batman, it just makes so much sense. But again, it's like with the way that they treat IPs, and you want to see an IP graveyard, just go look at EA, right? And we've complained about this forever. But EA is just a garbage for dead IPs and things that nobody cares about anymore. It's like, it's terrible. It's like the land of lost misfit toys or whatever that was, that horror movie. That's terrible.
Horror movie.
But yeah, it's so messed up for us to be for not us these giant corpos and these government people. It's like this makes perfect sense, and it would just really like this is nothing but a positive move. Oh well, what about the IP? Okay, if you're worried about the IP, then just again, if Blizzard wants to say we've got this game called Lost Dwarves, right? So Lost Dwarves is one of the first games that Blizzard made. It's so old. It's like I think it was 32-bit graphics. Like it was really old. But they had this game and they don't sell it anymore. Not that I know of. I don't think they sell it anymore, but let's assume that they don't. It's like, well, we still have an IP that has that universe with those dwarves in it. It's part of the WoW World of Warcraft, world and universe and IP. It's like, okay, that doesn't when you give that to a library, you're not giving them the IP, you're not giving people the ability to just copy your IP. That's not what that is. And or it gives them, it behooves them to like have it so that you can always play that game. I mean, hell, they could let you with today's technology, they could let you play Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, the Lost Dwarves, and any of their other games. They could literally make just an add-on, and you could literally play it inside of the World of Warcraft, because that's how good add-ons are for that. I remember playing Peggle in World of Warcraft. Like, it's just, I mean, it's like yes, you could just do this stuff. Like it's so easy. It's lazy thinking. It's lazy, stupid selfishness by saying no, we want to remove this game from the annals of history, or like Ubisoft is doing, sending out a notice that says, oh, you have to destroy your physical copies when we no longer support a game. Like, what is wrong with these people?
It's all about okay, so I while you
So
were
that,
while you were
that's probably that's probably the news you were thinking about, because the head of Ubisoft came out and answered a whole bunch of stuff about the Stop Killing Game stuff, and
oh yeah.
and that's the new stuff that you're probably thinking of.
Well, I still haven't properly explained. So, okay. Stop Killing Games push out the initiative. We got the signatures for it, and then the EU lobbyists came in and they're like, "Well, that's not feasible. We can't really do that." And then not only did the lobbyists come out and say that, all of the AAA gaming studios, the usual suspects, came out in support of the lobbyists. Not Stop Killing Games. They supported the lobbyists. Because of course they would. And then there were some developers or some companies that actually pushed back against the lobbyists and against the AAA what is it? What is it? God damn it. What is it? The popular opinion. They pushed back against the popular opinion, and they're like, no, we support gamers and we support people having access to games. because once you buy it, you own it. They like because for the longest time, the gaming industry has been pushing live services as a service, and like you're just having access to games, you don't really own them. That's what has been going on for many, many years. And some people have customers have shrugged their shoulders and haven't really done anything to push back against it, but a majority of players have been trying to speak out and fight back against this for a while now. And it's gotten to the point where now we're trying to search get what is it? Government censor well, I can't say censorship. Sorry, my bad. That's for another topic. Government oversight? Like government like we're trying to get the government involved because these companies are getting out of control, because now that we're buying products that aren't even you guys need to understand, games aren't even labeled as services. They are products. They're not services. Yet gaming industries are like towing the line and saying that it's a service and treating it like a service, but in actuality it's a product. Do you see the problem here? This feels like such a scam. Oh my god. Like I feel like this is fraudulent in some way, like false advertising and stuff like that. But I'm so sick and tired of their games. They're playing games with everybody, and I'm sick and tired of it. The government needs to be involved at this point. But I'm getting bombarded with some other information regarding government and internet access and stuff like that. But I don't want to bring that up just yet. But getting back into Stop Killing Games. So people have been basically back and forth about like what is it? Stop Killing Games as a movement. And now it's gotten to the point where the lobbyists are, I don't know if they're suing the guy who headed the initiative. I don't know if they're suing, but they're basically saying that he makes money off of this and he makes a profit off of this. And
so it's worse. What they're doing, what they did, I don't know if it's they. I should quantify that. So an anonymous report hit the EU legal department saying that this guy who started this petition has done so in a way that avoids taxes. And you're like, wait, what? Like what? Like what? Like, and they're like, oh yeah, no, he's helping them to make money off of this program by not charging them money. And then they said basically that because he's a professional and a YouTuber and all this stuff, he's essentially working as an analyst slash what's that word again that I have had a trouble remembering?
lobbyists.
A lobbyist. Because he's acting in this way, he's technically a lobbyist, and he hasn't been charging them money for his lobbyist services.
What?
So they need to disregard what he's doing because he's cheating the system, because he's not being paid by the Stop Killing Games movement. And they said that they believe that the Stop Killing Games movement has dodged nearly, I think it's like 60 or 70,000 euros, which is like 100 some odd $1,000. It's like wait, what? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to pin financial criminality on the agency because of the way that they raised support for this, because they were doing it, they were getting all these YouTubers to talk about it for free. So the fact that you and I are talking about this and encouraging people to go sign the thing, what we really should be doing is we should be registering as lobbyists in the EU with the EU government, then charging this the movement money in order for us to talk about it. But then we'd have to file taxes first, and then we'd have to make sure again we were working under the legal requirement of being an analyst, an analyst and a lobbyist, which the only two people that can do that or the only people that could do that in general are the ones that are already doing it and they're working for companies that's their full-time gig. It's basically a, hey, we're going to kick this out and we're going to turn on the people that are wanting this to happen because they didn't come through the gatekeepers who are buddy buddy with all of the financial people who are making money off of killing games. That's really what's going on here. And and again, the fact that the way that they went around him and attacked him and set this all up, this is like, we're talking about, like, this was essentially a planned, like, I don't want to call it a hit, but it's like a professional level, like, hit of, like, removing you or the movement professionally, not killing, not shooting them, but like removing them as a legitimate thing that can be recognized, because only things that go through the gatekeepers can be recognized by
It's
the
not
movement of
even
the people.
That's not even what the initiative is. It's a civil complaint. That's what it is. It's not a
Right.
it's not a lobbying thing.
But to lobbyists, there should be no civil complaints that move through the system without them being involved, or without lawyers being involved. They don't think that the rabble showing up and holding signs and being angry about something terrible happened. And again, like, this is what's happening in real life today in a lot of places around the world. You have these movements and people, and there's some stuff in the news absolutely insane over the last 24 hours. There has been some insane news in both North America and Europe and all over the place, where civil movements, civil complaints by the people are being deemed as, in the worst case scenarios, they're deeming them as terroristic. So and what they're doing to those movements is the same thing that they're doing with Stop Killing Games, where they're saying, no, you guys didn't follow the procedure of how the important people file this kind of paperwork, so therefore you are not allowed to do this, and you're not allowed to file this paperwork at all. We're not accepting this as a thing that you can do, period. And then they're moving and they're walking away from, they're trying to get the politicians to move and walk away from supporting this thing, because it's viewed as something that's not from the upper crust of society. It's not, it has nothing to do with, again, what's another good example? It has nothing to do with, when they raised all that money for the California fires. They raised, like, it was like $1.5 billion, all this money. And then we found out this week that none of that money has gone to any of the people who lost their homes.
Nope.
It's all gone to charities and organizations that have yet to deliver anything to the people there. It's been almost a year, and all of this money that's been raised has just, a $1.5 billion has essentially vanished into the ether. Because again, it's like, no, if you want to come to the government and have us change things for the better, this is the lobbyists talking. You can't just bring a civil complaint. You can't just come with your stupid petitions. If you don't have the backing of, some the best lobbyists in the world.
It's not a petition. If it was a petition, that's what we would call it. It's not a petition. Petitions don't even get looked at or are taken seriously in other governments. Like in the US, like, you can make petitions all you want, but it's very rare that the government officials actually do anything about petitions. But with the urging of people. But that's why the initiative is so important, because it's an official government document that is being pushed into the court to be looked at by governing officials. That's why it's important. That's why I keep saying it's a civil complaint, because it is an actual lawful a lawful document that the government needs, like, you can push for the government to take a look at. The fact that they're trying so hard, and I'm just going to steal what Tectone said about the whole situation. the fact that they're trying so hard is because we're winning. That's the whole reason why they're fighting tooth and nail for this, because we're winning this. They're trying so hard. They're trying so hard because they know that we can turn this around.
Yeah,
But
that is a serious problem.
they keep twisting things. They keep spreading out misinformation. They keep what disvaluing. I don't know if that's even a word. Like
Devaluing.
devaluing
They're
the whole movement, the man
right.
behind the movement, and they're making it out to.
Well, what they're trying to do, what they've tried to do with this is they tried to make him look like he is essentially committing fraud. Like that's what this attack was. And again, it was a legitimate attack. Like this is a government attacking him, trying to control and trying to dominate him in trying to get him to back off from doing this. Their dream is that they scare him enough that he just drops it, and then the whole petition, or then the whole thing just kind of like falls on his face. It's like that's what they're trying to encourage right now.
Yeah,
So
because they know the moment that it hits the courts, they have no legal standing at all. Why do you think I was saying, like, I already said it, but I'll say it again. Under like government, like, was it the way, so the way that the businesses are when it comes to games, they, what is it, in order to establish a business model, they said that they produce products like to the government. They're like, government, we are making products for consumers. But then on the other hand, they're telling consumers, no, it's a live service and you're renting and you don't own anything. That's the problem. They're like, what? Wasn't this happening with, wait, wasn't it happening with YouTube too? Like this was a thing where like they want to be a publisher, but they also want to be like have a say in like what's distributed on the platform and stuff like that. Wait, wasn't that like a thing with, like, they were like playing both sides. They're like, we both want to be a publisher but also like a private company, and it's like that's not how that works. I don't know. I'm confusing it. I'm sorry. So basically, getting back into the gaming companies are like, we are selling products. Government, we're selling products to consumers. It is not, but to consumers, they're saying it's a live service and you're renting. See how that's bad? Under the guidelines of like them establishing a business model, it is not, games are not labeled as live service. They are a product that people buy and own. But do you see the juxtaposition? Like this is an issue. They're trying to like spin it in a way that like gamers don't own the products that they freaking bought. But under the governance and under the law, it is a product that consumers own. That's why they're trying to keep it out of the courts as long as possible. They're trying to keep it out of the courts as long as possible because they know the moment that it hits the courts, they'll get slammed with a lot of fines and stuff. And there's going to be a lot of restrictions placed on them, and they don't want that. But they're literally getting too greedy. They're getting too greedy. They're like Icarus, getting too close to the sun. Their wings are going to burn off, and then they're going to come plummet down back into reality. Hi Drac, welcome in. Sorry, we got a little into this discussion. Hello everybody, welcome in. Hi Drac. Libraries are very important for all the information there. Also, hello there. Hello. Hello Narlucha. I just want to own my games. I know, right? I don't know why that's such a hard thing for them to comprehend. I'm just joking. They know we want to own our games, but they don't want us to own our games. Closest thing I could get to that nose squeeze gif. Bruh. Yep. It's getting crazy out there, but that's only because they know that we're winning this. That's why they're fighting so hard. Try Kieran? Stop killing games. I know. Why can't they understand to not do that? I am here. Hello, Kisuke. Uh, wait, what? Is there a video where side chapter 7?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. I hate the idea of government being more involved, but hate seeing my games destroyed. See, that's the game. No, that's the thing. No one wanted the government involved in the first place. Why do you think it took so long for anyone to do anything? It's because people gave gaming companies a lot of leeway, a lot of benefit of the doubt, a lot of grace. They're like, soon they'll figure it out on their own, that we don't want this. And instead of figuring it out, they just double down. And now look where we're at. We're sick and tired of it. People are just done. And the only thing we can do at this point, because it's been almost 10, getting up to 20 years of them doing this, something has to give, something has to change, like right now, because this is getting out of hand. And unfortunately, the only thing we can come up with is to get the government involved. Literally threatening them with government action is the only thing that'll cause them to, well, that's not true. They were kind of thinking of changing their ways when it became very evident people didn't want to buy certain games. They were thinking about changing their ways, but the fact that they're still pushing that we don't own games, like, years later, and even at the turning point of was it public opinion in the gaming sphere, like the turning point as in they're like, oh, people actually don't like our stuff, oh, stuff like that. Like, they're still pushing the narrative that we don't own games. Like, that still hasn't changed. They're still trying to convince us that we don't own anything. They own all the IPs and stuff. But we're also trying to take a stand against this because, like I said, we gave them too much leeway. We gave them too much of a chance. And they took total advantage of it, and now this is what happens. You fuck around and you find out. And now they're finding out, and they're sweating and pissing their pants. And it's honestly, it's like, I can't really feel pity. I can't feel sympathy, and I can't feel pity for them because they've been doing this for 10 going on almost 20 years. They've been doing this for a very, very long time. And yeah, this is just karma coming to bite them in the ass, and they've been greedy for so many years, and they're like, no, wait. No, wait, don't throw the book at us. Don't get the government involved. Don't get daddy government involved. And it's like, well, God, that even sounds like an older brother who's been like, picking on the younger brother, and then the younger brother tells their dad. They're like, no, don't tell dad. Don't tell dad, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. We're trying to get the government involved, and now they're trying to say that the guy pushing the initiative is not within the legal bounds to do so. And it's like, what? Like, that's not the point of the initiative in the first, like, I keep repeating myself. It is not a petition. It is literally a civil complaint, which has more more government, like, was it? It is a legit government document that has more power than a petition does. That's not what this is. But the fact that they're saying that he's a lobbyist trying to push this stuff, that, like, what? That doesn't even make any sense. That's not what this is. But whatever. They're just trying to play mind games at this point, but it's like they've been playing mind games for a while now. Oh, sorry. Did you have anything else to add about this, Saib?
No, you covered it.
Okay. Australian anti-prawn group claims responsibility for Steam's new censorship rules in victory against prawn-sick, brain-rotted PDF file gamer fetishes, and things only get weirder from there. That's the title of the article. But yeah, I mean, yeah, they're not wrong. So everyone knows.
Who's not wrong?
I mean, they're not wrong in the fact that they're trying to get rid of very kind of disturbing content, but
Oh yeah, no, the
it's
content.
an
I mean,
issue. But it's an issue.
yeah, the,
I
the content is weird. Like it's a lot of family stuff, if you know what I mean.
family
And
not safe for work. If you catch my
yeah,
meaning.
and
And
uh, yeah, it's
non-consent, non-consent. Wait, can I say torture? I don't know. Like the
yeah, torture's fine.
okay,
There was
torture,
some
like
there was
grape,
some torture stuff. There was some yeah
furry,
some
furry
mostly
stuff.
furry stuff. Mostly um there definitely was like some grape flavored uh content. We're not defending those. Like people don't need to defend people don't need to defend that kind of stuff. Uh
That's not. Look, the problem is,
PO
is
box, PO box, Wincest. Yeah, that address. There's the trick.
Jesus.
Yeah. The so yeah, we're not defending that stuff. Um, I believe that most of the stuff that's not illegal, um, well, no, I mean, like, I believe everything
I mean, okay,
that's not
okay. Unfortunately,
illegal should be
look,
should have its availability. I'm not necessarily going to sponsor it or say that it's good or certainly not try it. Like yeah, that's not what's
okay,
yeah,
look,
that's not
yeah.
right.
We're okay. Hi, Lazy Clay Gamer. Hey, everyone. How's your weekend? And what did I miss so far? We literally were just updating everybody about the Stop Killing Games movement. We're just updating them about the new stuff that came out. That they're attacking the guy who's like the lobbyists or articles are attacking the guy who is who pushed the initiative in the first place. But yeah, now we're moving on to the censorship and oh god, what was the collective shout, is that what it's called? The Australian activist group apparently is taking credit for the MasterCard and Visa censorship in games. And now, okay, so everyone, I've been listening to people talk about the nuance of this, and this is pretty nuanced. They like to paint it as a black and white problem and solution. That's not it at all. This is actually very complicated. So, as Saib said, we're not advocating for these very intense, questionable content. We're not advocating for that. I was gonna make a joke. I was like, I'm not a furry. We're not advocating for that. But they have a right to be on the platform as any other game out there. As long as it's not
Yeah.
illegal and it's within certain guidelines, any game should be allowed on Steam or on the internet, and people have access, can have access and can buy it whenever they want and however they want. And a lot of people made a lot of good points. I've like seen 3 people make pretty much the same consensus, but also made different very valid points. Now, the problem with this is that when you start going after the darker weird stuff that everybody agrees with, that's where it starts out, because that's how it always starts out. It starts out with censorship of things people actually agree with. They're like, okay, no CP, no family not safe for work, no torture, grape, and like stuff like that. Everyone's like, yeah, we can get behind that. Yeah. Because it's easy to agree when they go after stuff you don't agree with, but then they start actually going after the stuff you like. So first they start off with the bad stuff. Then they go after the furry stuff. Okay, sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some weird furry stuff out there, but some of it's not even that bad. It's just anthropomorphic people, like not even doing anything sexual, but they're just there. So they start getting rid of the furry stuff. Okay. Then they start getting rid of the LGBTQ stuff because ew, gay people, gross, ew, lesbians, gross, ew. And you're like, whoa, wait a second. Whoa, let's calm down here. This is LGBT. What do you mean? They're like, yeah, it's LGBT. Like, they just go around and they're so promiscuous and they don't know what commitment is. And they just go around forking each other and they don't know how to raise a family and stuff like that. You know, those bigoted, stereotypes. And then they start going after, God damn it. I'm trying to figure out how to say this without being too crude. Then they start going after very distinct stuff. Like, oh, it's heterosexual, but you can't do foots. The foot stuff gots to go. That's weird. You guys need to get rid of the foot stuff. Then it's the you can't look at you can't look at booties. You can't look at booties anymore. You gotta cover that up. Booties are too far. And then the boobas, you gotta get rid of that. You're showing way too much booba. It's inciting pornography. You gotta get rid of the booba. And then it starts like, oh, that man's junk is too pronounced. We gotta get rid of that. That is just too pronounced. That is too much. People cannot handle the junk. All right, we got to get rid of that. He can't see. No, it is too much. You see how it slowly starts to escalate over time, where every little thing needs to be censored?
I mean, it's going to get worse because like we're big fans of Fallout here, and what happens if you remove all like violence and attacking and anything that you can do against women or kids? It's like, well, I mean, you can attack kids in Bethesda games, but you can't kill them because they're deemed as like they're set as immortal objects in the game, and so you can attack a kid. All the kid does is cower and runs away. The most immortal things in the universe. But what's going to happen in Fallout if they go, you know what, we don't want violence against women. You can't do anything extreme to women. So no dismemberment, no like exploding them, no anything like that. It's like, okay, so we don't have that. Oh no, you know what? We've decided that you can't have that for, I don't know, other people groups that we don't want you to do that too. It's like, okay,
Harm to children, harm to women.
yeah. So or various or like, you know, people that don't have this, you know, particular skin pigment or something like that. Like, you know, it just starts growing from there, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as every single request starts to, you know, overlap and become like, you know, worse and worse and worse and worse. It's like this is a slope, it's a slippery slope of insanity, because they're going to eventually say, you know what, we just don't want violence in video games. You can't have violence. Why would you want to play a game where you can drive around and hit people with a car and get out and rob banks and stuff like that? That's just nasty behavior. We don't want a game where you can flirt with a companion. Look at how lurid and disgusting Baldur's Gate 3 is. We want you to remove all of those scenes where if they're going to get together, there better be a wedding. There better be some like level of like, you know.
Oh yeah, that was another point I was gonna make. Like,
Yeah.
soon it's gonna be like you can't have relations out of wedlock. Like you can't depict relations out of wedlock. They have to be married in order to have relations to each other. And it's like, when did we get to this puritanical way of life? When did this become a thing? Like, we have gone so progressive to the point where now we're just Puritans. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
It's become full circle. Like, these are feminist. I'm trying so hard not to peek the mic. These are feminist activists who say that they're trying to protect women and children, but they said that no media can depict harm against women and children. We can't depict that. But it's like, how are people supposed to know that this stuff is bad if they don't see how like bad it is? Like, the whole reason why people know it's bad is because you get that icky feeling when you see that happening in front of your eyes or you read about it and stuff like that. That's the whole point. It's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable because you know it's bad. And if you don't feel uncomfortable, people educate you on why you should, why this is not a good thing. The moment you start covering people's eyes to the horrors of reality is when you become complacent to the horrors that happen. Like, I am so sick and tired of people saying like, oh no, we don't talk about that. Oh no, don't say anything about that. No one wants to hear or see that. It makes me uncomfortable. This is how you make victims.
Stay victims?
Yeah. This is how victims stay victims. Because no one talks about it. No one does anything about it. You just cover your eyes and cover your ears because no one wants to talk about it. That's why I hate it when people want to censor like all the bad things that happen and stuff, is because the moment you start censoring it, people are not going to know. And it makes it easier for these people to do those things. And that's why I can't stand it. Yeah, we were talking about smezual stuff earlier, which is what they are going after, not safe for work stuff. But they're also going after like anything that depicts like harmful depictions of children and women. And they were going after Detroit Become Human. That's a good example, because in the story, a child robot gets harmed, and a female robot gets, smacked around. And it's like, well, yeah, because the guy who was a human male was mistreating treating the androids. That's
why the police are called.
Exactly.
Like in the one thing, it wasn't a child robot. It's an actual child, and the actual child is being held hostage. And it's like, that's the reason why
I forgot about the opening scene.
And
I forgot about that.
And why the negotiator comes. And that's the game that you're playing. What is the difference between this and, any episode of some, episode of law enforcement TV shows, right? Like Castle, Cops, Cops is based on real stuff. Chung Chung, what's the Chung, Law and Order, any of the cop dramas, which I think is like one of the main genres. Yeah, dum 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 dum. But it's like all of this stuff is there to show people, because it's true crime. Are they going after true crime? Are they going to Hollywood to yell at them because, hey, in this episode you had a female cadaver on the table. She had been killed brutally by this person. We want you to remove that and replace it with what? Somebody got their purse stolen? No, we don't want that either. It's like some guy gave a finger to somebody? Yes, make shows about that. It's like, what is wrong? Like, this is the ridiculous end cap, or the nuances that for some reason these people can't explain. Nobody can explain to me at all how it's completely okay to have TV shows that depict, what's the term, like real crime, true crime. You can't have a world where you have true crime, TV stories, books, novels, anything like that. A world where you have steamy romance novels that I know are really popular with the exact age bracket and demographic that's complaining about this stuff.
50 Shades of Grey. Oh yeah, they actually started. They tried going after 50 Shades of Grey.
so they went after that as a movie, not as the actual, like, not going after the book, because half of them own the whole collection. That's the
That is
thing,
so
is
true.
they
That's
want
so
it to be
true.
on paper. They want it to be on paper only. It's so funny.
Sorry.
I thought that was you doing a voice.
Oh no, that's my
That's
nephew.
funny.
Sorry. He wants
Yeah,
me
I know.
to. He wants me
Um,
to go turn on his show for him. I'll be right back.
okay, but it's just like it is the worst of the worst in the form of, like, what are we seeing? What are we experiencing? What is going on here with this insanity? Like, what, like make it make sense when this stuff doesn't make sense. When this stuff goes against the laws, the rules that we have as far as, like, society. It's like I keep facing away from the microphone. Sorry if my audio keeps changing. But we have these issues where we are dealing with some truly insane stuff. Like, we are really, really dealing with some truly insane stuff when it comes to the way that they have this set up, so that you just have this unbearable, incomprehensible system where half of the stuff that they don't like is okay as long as they're consuming it the way that they want to consume it. But if you are not in their in group and you're not consuming what they like to consume in the way they like to consume it, or they're just wanting to be, and let's face it, this is most likely the answer, is these people are all hypocrites, right? These are the same people who have severe issues with this kind of content, like really addicted to these romance novels, these stories, these fantasies and stuff like that. But then they're going out and they're attacking everybody who has, who plays a game where characters just get, shot and exploded. It's like, and they're like, because they assume that real life is not something that can be disconnected from the fantasy world unless it's through their particular understanding. And who knows? Like, I gotta say that I was looking at some of the people behind this thing, and I noticed in one of the videos that they made, which was like this, like, puff piece video, and it was really screwed up. So this is puff piece video. This girl comes on, and she's talking about how much she hates this stuff. In the background, on her book stand, there's this werewolf romance story where the werewolf is not exactly, shall we say, doesn't exactly get consent before he and this is super common in a lot of werewolves.
I'm
A
back.
lot of these werewolf vampire novels have.
Hey,
I'm telling them about
hey,
this.
hey.
So
In my
listen.
in my defense. Oh wait, damn it! I think I just. God damn it! Never mind. Just
So
continue.
so there's
I'll
this
stop talking.
there's this video of this picture of this one lady who came out to support the collective shout people, right? Or she's part of them, and she was like, she's definitely part of it. In one of her other videos, she's got this background where she's got this bookshelf, and on the bookshelf, I noticed one of these werewolf vampire stories in which the werewolf is, and the vampire are not, they don't exactly get written consent before they
Oh God! Don't
they
even get
start
me.
to
That just reminds me
whisk
of.
away the woman.
That reminds me of Vampire the Masquerade, where like they recently came out with a new edition where they updated the rules that like vampires have to ask for consent in order to like drink people's blood, and I'm like, that they're monsters. They're not gonna ask. They're just gonna do it because they're not good creatures. Like, I mean, you can have the what is it, the gray of it, that like they're monsters, but they can ask. But there's others who choose not to do that and just take them. I mean, not in that way. Not, I meant drinking blood. Anyways, like, yeah, like they can just, drink because they're monsters. They're not even real. Oh my God. Sorry. Anyways, go on. Continue with what you were saying. Like, the morality doesn't really, they're monsters. Like,
Yeah,
we're supposed to be scared of them for a reason. Like, anyways, go on.
right. And so that is the that's the really messed up part about this, is that the people who are like getting into this, they're screaming, they're shouting, they're making all these like, you know, claims and stuff like that. It's like, no,
Ooh,
no, this
claims.
is
Giggity. Oh, sorry.
the
We're talking
right,
about werewolves, right? We're talking about werewolves.
right. It's like they consume, some of them, not all of them. I'm making a highlight, is that some of them like to consume that kind of stuff from the way that they want to, but they don't want us to consume any kind of thing that's even
That
remotely
they don't
similar on
like. They don't
anything
like.
else that they don't,
Yeah.
right? And I made this point, is that they're basically just hypocrites. Like, this is just a hypocritical behavior, like to the absolute max, drawn out and highlighted, absolutely insane. These people are hypocrites. They're going after this stuff. They're attacking these people who make this content. I'm not into the win-cist thing. I think it's gross. But I definitely
I mean,
understand
fair
that
enough.
there's a good 2/3 of the world's population that that the average marriage length, like disconnection from the family, is like second cousin. So I understand
Yeah.
that like
I'm.
2/3 of the world,
I'm
they're
not.
really into this for some
I'm
reason. I
not
don't know
I'm
why, but
not pointing fingers, but I do know of a culture where marrying your cousin is actually part of their tradition. I'm not saying who it
I
is,
I
but
know
I
several.
know
I know several
I'm not
cultures that
saying
are like that.
I'm not saying second cousin. I mean immediate cousins. That's a
Yeah,
normal
first
thing.
cousins. First
Yeah, I'm
cousin.
sorry.
It's like,
That's the
yeah,
thing.
it's really messed up. And very problematic. It's like this is causing some serious genetic issues. Please stop.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's it's the do as I say, not as I do kind of thing, right? That's where they're boiling up from, and it's gross. It's
Yeah, someone
disgusting.
okay, so I have 2 points to make. So the activists have pressured MasterCard and Visa to not support like any harm to children and CP, but it was recently found out that MasterCard and Visa have supported the OF, the fan site, if you know what I mean. And apparently there is child abuse there, and there is child
No,
exploitation on the OF,
no.
and MasterCard
What?
supports that. And yeah,
Oh my goodness, what?
people are
That
calling it out. Yeah,
there's there's this kind of disgusting behavior on OnlyFans. Oh no, I didn't. I
not
who
the
knew?
fannies.
Next thing you're gonna tell me is that previous to Musk owning it, Twitter was infested with this stuff. And you can find it on Facebook, and you can find it on like almost any platform. Oh my goodness, what do the lawmakers know about this? I'm being extremely facetious if you couldn't tell. Obviously, this has been a huge problem for such a long time, and I find it disgusting that these particular groups of people never call this stuff out when it's people on their political side allowing it. But as soon as somebody else steps in, or as soon as they target some group of people who aren't their immediate political allies, they're like, "Oh yeah, yeah, we can't let you do that anymore." It's like, oh, well, now you guys grow a spine. By the way, I'm not supporting any of this garbage. Like 100%. No. Um, it is disgusting that we have to, that it was so hard. And I almost completely got off Twitter before Elon Musk bought it, because
Oh yeah, it's
it was
also a
like
problem on
it was
Instagram too.
everywhere. It was nasty. Oh yeah, super huge problem. And like, it's just so messed up. And instead of doing things that are like really like make sense and are logical in fighting this stuff, including just going after the PDF files that are out there and throwing them in prison, which was happening from the 2017 to the uh 2000, very early 2001 time period. That was a big thing that was going on. And then for some reason, I don't know what happened around 2001, like really early that year, but for some reason it just suddenly, just like they stopped gunning for these PDF files,
I wonder
and
why.
they could lock them up and throw away the key.
Hmm.
Turns out that
A
there
lot of
was
them came
some.
into power. Oh.
I wonder what happened during that period. But again, it's like there are a lot of issues, and we need to call this stuff out. And all this stuff in the news recently about a certain person who may or may not have gotten a game over inside of a closed prison cell.
Uh,
This stuff is like, I mean, this is such a problem, and
oh God! Don't even get me started on that. Ugh, I'm so mad.
I think it infects so many top layers of everything, and it's just really nasty. And we have got to like, I don't know
Like,
what we have to do, but we have to do something.
yeah. Okay. So, but like, okay. Now, someone made a good point when it comes to censorship of the arts and stuff, because that's what gaming is. It's art. When you have there have been there's historical examples in time that happens when you start censoring people because you don't like what they gotta say and you don't like the stuff that they make. Usually it causes for a black market because there's going to be a demand for the thing you have censored, and so there's going to be underground trade for that thing because people want it. So that's going to happen. And then, so people are going to start making a profit. I guess you'd be like, what is it? You know how like criminals like have access to things that people don't have access to, and they start selling it. That's what's going to happen. You're going to give more power to the criminals. So thanks for that. So that's what's going to happen. And then every time you try to censor people, what happens is that there's going to be a revolution. There's going to be a rise up against the censorship, against the natural order of things, quote unquote. And then you're going to have people who fight back against it. And then soon it will become part of the society that you tried to get rid of. Like, it'll be a staple of the society at that point because you try to get rid of it, and now there's going to be actual things, to defend it. I'm not saying we should defend that content. I'm just saying that there's going to be more of a protection of people's form of expression. There's going to be more protection against it. So basically, you're going to end up, what is it? You're going to end up protecting the thing more instead of getting rid of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not helping yourself by doing this. You're not helping anybody by doing this. In fact, you're going to make it worse for yourself because people are just going to end up protecting like people's rights to a form of expression. Now, let's go to what happens if you actually do censor people. So, some people have trauma and dark urges, and they try to release that with certain content that isn't deemed normal. And that's the only way they can find some form of protection for themselves and for others. And then you take that away from them. What do you think is going to happen when you take that one safe fictional place that they could quote unquote be themselves? What if you take that away from them? What do you think is going to happen to that individual that has a darker tendency than others? Not good things are going to happen. Not good things are going to happen. Violent things are going to happen because they have no release for that. And there was a very perfectly safe fictional place where they could do that, and you took that away from them. So now they feel the urge to do it IRL. And I know some people might think I'm fear-mongering, but unfortunately, I read and watch a lot of true crime because because I'm a female and women do that a lot. But like, I read and watch a lot of it, and yeah, there's people who show warning signs. There are people who try to what is it? Have some cathartic.
By the way,
What?
By the way, that is as far as we can discover, I was listening to some some what do you call them? Like people who study like human behavior and genetics at the same time, like that whatever that particular field is called. It's like behavioral evolutionists or whatever it is called. But we theorize that why most women are really interested in true crime is to better understand the warning signals that predators give off.
Yeah. Yeah,
And I
pretty much.
think, and because and again, this is a real cool thing that I think video games need to focus on a little bit more. I don't think anybody's made a video game that is catered towards this, but I think like in nature, women have a higher chance of spotting a predator hiding in the environment.
I mean, yeah, it
And
just harkens back to women having innate intuition and what is it, being hyper aware of others, especially when they are pregnant
well,
and with children. Like,
yeah,
is
not only people, but like animals. So like a woman can identify a snake hiding in the grass faster than a male can because they have more sensitive their eyes are more sensitive to color alterations. And there's lots and lots of predators who use camouflage to hide themselves, but women are more capable of spotting it out on the average. And this is something that is like super, super. I don't know why we don't have video games that are made to cater to these kinds of things. Like people talk about, oh, we need more women in gaming. It's like, well, maybe stop making every bloody effing game a Twitch-based speed reaction shooter.
ugh.
Like maybe we could do that. I don't know. It just seems logical to me. But yeah, no, it's a serious thing, and I really think that there's definitely some like advantage to this. And anyways, that's what I
Don't
was
you
listening to this
know?
podcast where
Don't
they
you
were talking
know?
about this.
Women are just men, but with boobs. Don't you know?
Right.
Like, there's
Uh,
no difference
I
between a
I
man and a
want to I
woman's
want to say
side. There's no
I
difference. We're the
want
same. We're literally
I
the
want
same. Different but
I
same.
want to make a joke. I want to make a crude joke, but I can't.
No, we're the same.
No,
I don't
no,
know
I
what you're
have
talking
to
about.
say it.
We're the
No,
same. I don't
I
know what
know.
you mean.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, sorry for interrupting you, but I thought that was really cool, and it adds to your point. It's like, yeah, this is something that is designed for like women have this advantage, and it's not a bad thing. This is a perfectly good thing. Like this is not bad. This is totally fine.
Yeah, but it's total like yeah, it's and like you said, there's gonna be like a hypocritical sense of like trying to get rid of certain stuff in certain media, but it being allowed in other places. Like it's just the hypocrisy, the hypocrisy of it. But then it gets to like, what if they start censoring that as well? So then we just know crimes exist, but we can't know the extent of it. Like I don't know, like I don't know. God, I would hate to live in a world like that because then that's just so you're just desensitized. If you if you sanitize everything, you get desensitized to it. Like if you sanitize harm to other people, you'll be like, "Oh, they got hurt, so what?" Like you don't understand the extent of
So
how bad that is. Like cuz if you're just
did
saying
you
like, "Oh, they got hurt," that doesn't explain like how like why it's a bad thing. Do you know what I mean?
did you yeah did you ever watch the first reactions of the people who watched the movie Psycho way back in the I think what
Didn't
was it
they
was it like 40s or the
didn't they
30s? I
think it
think it was like
actually like it was an actual thing? Like they oh wait,
so
didn't they think that they
there were
actually got
some
hurt?
people. Well, there were some people. So some people faint. This is a movie that was in the black and white, and when the blood is draining down the bathtub and going
Oh,
into the bathtub, that was actually chocolate sauce. It wasn't even red, but because it was filmed in black and white, nobody could tell the difference. But when people saw that, people outright fainted in the movie theater. So there were people who fainted in the movie theater from that. But at the end result, where they discovered, the murder and all this and all the horrible stuff, some people were like literally throwing up in the aisles or would run outside and throw up all over the street because what they had witnessed was so beyond their understanding of horror that they were profoundly like messed up by it. And nowadays we are somewhat desensitized to the stuff because we have games like Mortal Kombat that have these like like 3D representations of people getting, sawed in half and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, it's really messed up. It really gets to you. And the developers who worked on that title ended up having a lot of issues with it because they were looking at these horrific imagery all day trying to replicate it. And it was really messed up. And they had gotten their hands on some like accident scene documentation, battlefield documentation, and stuff like that. And it was really messing them up in their heads. And it's like, yeah, there's a point where it goes too far, for the average person. But overall, I don't think this stuff. I wouldn't censor any of the stuff that's been censored. I wouldn't censor any of. I can't think of anything that's currently legally allowed that I would censor because and I think art can skirt those things, right? Like there's a point where art needs to kind of gently push on some boundaries, and there are some boundaries where it's like, yeah, that's like, as long as it's not, designed for that kind of purpose. It's like it probably probably is like something to not jump to the idea of censorship, because again, it's an outlet. Censorship never works the way that you intend it to be.
Yeah.
If you use censorship in ways to curtail natural things, right? We all agree that PDF files are not natural. These are not natural things that are that should be accepted in the way that the Arizona state maps, kind of
Good
want them
lord.
to be, if you know what I'm saying, right? Um, those kinds of people,
I
those
can't
kinds
even
of things,
I
that's
can't
not
even stand that
normal,
they rebranded themselves. Can you even freaking imagine that? They rebranded themselves to
right?
something more
Right,
palatable. Jesus Christ.
right.
Maps.
So
Minor attracted person. Shut the fuck
now,
up. I know exactly what you are. Anyways, go on.
right, and there and I want to make the big distinction, and I want to make a point because you and some other girls fall into the category of they're short and they can. I'm not saying you do. I'm saying in
Yeah,
general.
I know.
There's lots of girls who can look short and very young. And I remember that one. I
I'm
remember watching
29
a
years old,
show.
guys. I'm 29. I'm literally about to be 30 next year. Like, I am
Right. So
29 years old.
so
Just for
there's this girl
reference.
that suffers from like a form of
Oh
dwarfism where she
yeah,
looks like a child.
I wanted to talk about
And
that. I was so mad what I heard about her. Go on.
yeah, so I was pissed when I heard about like this guy. He liked her. This is an adult woman in her late 20s, but because she looks like a child, people
Oh,
just they
she
after this guy.
now.
How dare you like her? It's like, what, you want to curse this girl to so there, but there's a difference because that person is not 14 years old, where like there's a distinctive difference. I grew up near a little person, right?
Yeah,
A
she's
woman little
essentially
person.
has dwarfism.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Well, this woman that I knew that I grew up near, she had a daughter, and by the time the daughter was 14, the daughter looked like she was older than her mom.
oh,
And
she.
now again, some people want to claim it's like, well, how dare the husband, find her attractive? It's like, do you think that people just fall in love because of a way person looks? Like, do you think that there's nothing there as far as like, personality, conversations, like being an adult? Like that is a big difference. And so I did want to kind of point that out because it's like it's really messed up when you
Now
talk about the
now for
issues
that
and there's extremes that you can default to.
yeah, for that particular story, let me just get into the details. Because this actually I have been what is it, watching from the sidelines of the story, and it pissed me off because as a woman who is only 4'8" and constantly gets uh confused for a younger person, uh
Do you get
this
carded a lot?
yes, I get carded all the time. I mean, technically at this point, I think carding is just, in some cases, is just part of their store policy that they have to card people. But in other cases, people don't believe me that I'm my age. Literally, I told a guy, back when I was like 22, I think. Like, when I was 22, a guy was like, "How old are you?" And I was like, 22. And he's like, no, you're not. And I was like, yes, I'm 22. And he was like, let me see your ID. And so I literally give him my driver's license, which is a government issued driver's license. It is real. It is not fake. It is real. It even has that like golden holographic thing to, prove that it is a real, authentic ID. I give it to him, and he's like looking at it, and he's like, nah, this is fake. And I'm like, what do you mean it's fake? Like, bro, it was like a legit ID. And he's like, nah, this is fake. And I was like, okay, sure. This is how much people don't believe me sometimes when I say what my age is. Like, now it's been kind of like people are kind of like surprised when I tell them, but they don't like make a big deal out of it. But that's like the extreme that actually there was also another time when I was trying to get into a bar, and then there's these guys who like didn't believe me that I was my age, and so they're all like, I want to see credit cards, I want to see your social security card, what's your birthday? And like they're like really digging into me, and I was like, bro, I am freaking I'm like legal age, I'm 23, I can get into the bar. Whatever. Like there were some extreme cases where they didn't believe me, but for this, Bubba's. Hi.
Wait a minute,
But there's this one. Sorry, my nephew wants to play. But there's this one case where a chick she was born with cancer. She had cancer, and there was a tumor growing on her growth gland, as in the gland that helps you grow taller and bigger as you age. When she was like 8, there was a tumor on her growth gland. And so they had to do, what do you call it? The treatments. What did they call the treatments for cancer? I keep wanting...
Chemotherapy?
Yeah, chemotherapy.
So
she had to go through at 8 years old. She had to go through chemotherapy in order to get the tumor to leave and to expel the tumor. They were able to expel the tumor, but however, because of the radiation in that one spot on her growth gland, it pretty much essentially like degraded the growth gland, and now she's perpetually stuck in a 8-year-old form, but she is 28 going on 29, or at the time she was like in her late 20s. And so she has like, I don't know, it's so weird because people act like she's a child, but she wants independence. Like, yeah, she's like the size of a 8-year-old, so she's like not younger, she's like shorter than me, because like I'm 4'8", and she's like a little bit smaller than that maybe. But like I don't know child heights, but yeah, like she's of a certain height, but even I could tell that she was like an older lady, because like the way that her like facial structure was, and that like she kind of had bags under her eyes, she looked older than, like, there are signs that people are older than what they are. Like if you told me that she was like a 10, I'd be like, are you sure about that? She looks like she smokes. Like like do you know what I mean? There are signs that people are like older than what they look, like I don't know, it's just the way that she looked. I was like, oh, that is a woman. But essentially she did have you could say she essentially had a form of dwarfism, but that wasn't heretical. But what happened was that she wanted to claim her independence as an adult, because she was so sick and tired of being like, because she's small and she looks like a quote unquote looks like a child, or people confuse her for a child. Her parents hover over her and they're overprotective, and she wants some kind of independence. So she tries dating or going and doing adult things because she's an adult and she doesn't want to be treated like a child. And so she goes out and goes to bars and she wants to start dating. So she starts dating people, and a lot of them were duds. But then finally, and this became such a popular thing, she actually had a show. I forgot what the show was called, but she actually had a show on, was it TMC? I don't know, but
yeah, that's the show I'm thinking about.
Yeah, it was literally documented and stuff. And she met a guy who she actually liked. Like, she didn't get any weird vibe from him. She actually liked him, and he seemed pretty genuine. And he actually liked her. Like, and he was like, I like you. I would like to date you. And she's like, yeah, I like you too. Let's date. The internet went freaking crazy. The internet went crazy. They're like, oh my god, he's a
They
PDF file.
hounded him.
Oh yeah,
They
they.
hounded him.
I don't know if they went to the point of doxing him, but that wouldn't put it past me. It was like the early 2000, early
Oh
two
yeah, no, they.
thousands.
I remember they fully on like doxed him and treated him like absolute garbage, and just like there were people calling the cops on him nonstop and stuff like that. And it's just like, again, it's just so messed up because there's just some people out there who can't they can't yeah, it was messed up. It was really sad.
Yeah, and they
Horribly,
essentially,
horribly
and
sad.
it was so fucked up because she wanted to not be treated like a child. Yet here's the internet saying like, "Oh my gosh, she's a child. Ew, he's a PDF file because he likes her that she's a little girl and stuff like that." And it's like, you guys are so fucking fucked up because she was trying so hard not to be seen like that. Do you know how fucked up that is? Because she
It's extremely. It's not cool.
and they were
And
just pushing her into a box. They were like shoving her and pushing her. And do you know why they did that? Do you know why the internet went crazy? It's because, well, it's a lot of reasons. They don't like it when people are happy, and
yeah,
they get jealous when someone like her actually finds a date and stuff, and they can't get a date.
yeah.
They're like, how
Well,
come how
all
come
you have to
she gets a date and gets a boyfriend and I don't? She looks like a child. How come she gets a date? It's legit like that.
have you
People are legit
have you
jealous like that.
seen have you seen the stuff going on about the T app that got hacked?
Wait, what?
There's this app called the T,
Oh yeah.
and it got hacked.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I oh my god, it is like all of this stuff. It's like it's hilarious in all of the worst possible ways.
Yep, yep.
Oh, it's so laughable.
The
But yeah,
people,
this is where people don't like. There's some people out there who they're miserable and they think everybody else needs to be miserable as well.
yeah. Literally the T app is such a good example. Literally, all these women made an app talking about men and saying if they're red flags or green flags. Surprise, surprise, most of them were red flags. And if you actually look, and you have to do like photo ID of when you make an account. I think especially in the UK now it's a thing where you have to like take pictures to say you're an adult and stuff like that to have access to it. And it got hacked and people were doxxed, and it was shown that most of the women on there talking were middle-aged, overweight, not very attractive women, and they were all talking so much not hacked, all the files were open in the public only need the link. Oh wow, okay. But either way, it's revealed that, it's basically Karens talking smack because they can't get a date anymore. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And that's what I can't stand about this, is just literally people who just can't see other people. Like, that's the crux of most of this, right? Is that people can't stand other people being happy. And so they have to like ruin it for everybody else. Because misery loves comfort and company. Like, if I am miserable in my own life, you have to be miserable too. And it's like, that is such a fucking twisted and vindictive mindset that I just cannot stand. Like what is so wrong with just leaving people to like what they like? I don't have to agree with it. Just do your own thing. It's fine. Like, you're not forcing me to do like look at it and stuff. Whatever. It's over there. I know it exists. I see it on Steam sometimes. It's whatever. It's like, I don't buy it, but it's there. That's whatever. Like, I have things that I like. I like yaoi. I'm not shy about that. Everyone knows that by this point, or like at least who's a regular on this channel. Like, everyone knows that I like yaoi. I'm not shy about saying that. And yeah, that's just what I like. Is everyone in the audience gonna agree that they like yaoi too? No. Like I know some people are very straight men in this audience who prefer boobs. I get it. Like, boobs are nice, but like, there's people who have preferences. Yowie's truth, Yowie's life. Oh my. Like, everyone has preferences. And just because some people doesn't like what you like, that doesn't mean you have to get rid of it. Like, just because I like reading heterosexual stories sometimes. If it's good and interesting. A lot of heterosexual romances aren't really that well written. But anyways, like, if it's good, it's good. But mostly I prefer yaoi. Like, but that doesn't mean I want heterosexual romance to not exist for anyone at all. That's not realistic at all. That's not realistic. Just because I don't like family not safe for work stuff doesn't mean that like that we should get rid of it. We should, like, especially in a fictional setting, like, that doesn't mean we have to get rid of it. There are people out there who want a demand for it. And there is demand. People buy it. There's prawn of it. There's even step bro, step sis prawn of it. Like, there's it's a demand. Actually, wasn't there in the hub, wasn't there like a trend of like step bro content?
I don't.
That was a meme.
One of my
It was a meme for the longest time.
One of my favorite memes that like one of my favorite memes to say is like the girl who's like, "What are you doing, step bro?" And it's like he's like,
like
"We're not related," and she's like, "Oh, but step bro, what are you doing?" It's just played all like coy and happy, and he's like, "We're not related. Stop saying that. It's gross."
No, he's like,
you say,
it's
step
not,
bro.
No, she's like. I love the meme because like or at least I love that skit was because he like legit acts like a brother and he's like, what are you doing? You're being so you're being so stupid right now. Cause she's like, step bro, I'm stuck in the laundry dryer. Help, I'm stuck. And he's like, what are you doing? he's like, get out. What are you doing? And she's like, step bro, I need help getting this off the on this shelf I can't reach. And then he just like comes over and it just takes it out of the shelf and he just hands it to her. And she's like, oh. And he's like, why are you being so weird? And she's like, oh, he's like, where are you getting this stuff from? And she's like, oh, cause from Prawn. And he's like, why are you even watching that? Why can't we just be regular siblings? And she's like, oh, okay. And then they just end up hanging out and watching TV. That was legit a skit.
I've seen a couple of different types of skits and stuff like that.
Okay.
So I find it hilarious. It's I don't know why I find it so freaking funny, but I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like this issue is a very sensitive issue. So kind of covering the like fringe sides of it and like saying like, hey, this is not, it has nuance to it, right? It's one of my favorite words is like, there's nuance to these things. We don't have to be like, there doesn't have to be this level of like, just going gross and whatnot. It's like that's not what the point of all of this stuff is. The point is very much just like hey, this is, there are things here that we should consider that are not, standard or normal or something. So
yeah, because like the moment you start getting rid of stuff is the moment they start coming after the stuff you like. Yeah, we're just reiterating what we already said, but yeah, like we don't like the stuff that's being censored, but they have a right to be on every platform just as our stuff has a right to be on every platform. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want what is it? I'd rather have a platform that caters to people and their preferences than a platform that only caters to some preferences. Do you know what I mean? Like, and then I'd rather have a platform that caters to everybody than a platform that doesn't cater to certain people and not me. And I'm part of the people that they don't cater to. Like, and my stuff's technically vanilla. But it's lumped in with the bad stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want to be part of that, like, censored group. not that like it's a bad name. I'm saying that I don't want my shit to be censored. I want to have access to my yaoi. Like I don't want that taken away from me. Like what the fuck? Yeah, yaoi's basic. Dude, you do not understand. Some of the fucking dude, have you seen some of the freaking stories trending on Book Talk recently? Have you seen the trends? Okay, some of the shit that the women have been reading recently is off the chain. Okay, like for real. For real, all right? And so when I read some of it, I'm like, damn, I didn't realize how vanilla I was. Because some, like, at least like the yaoi stuff that I read is like spicy. The stuff that they read is unhinged. Okay, there's a difference. We are not the same. They are a different breed. All right, they're a different type of woman. Okay, I'm just saying. But yeah, it's crazy. I thought I was spicy. I thought I was frisky. But no, no, no. Straight women are like, whoa, another level, another level.
If people have they got all what
I
was
feel
it
like you I feel
P
like you
and
don't even know what
Q?
spice is yet, bro. Look, I don't want to get in trouble, so I don't go into detail about what I read, but I have
Uh,
spice. I'm just saying. I have preferences of the niche variety. But anyways, let's not get into that. But yeah, like the moment they start censoring things is the moment that they start going after things you guys like. It's just because they get rid of things that you don't like, soon they will come after the stuff the audience likes. Sorry, I was trying to check the YouTube to see if there's any chatters, but it's fine. They are the Squidward meme where he watched SpongeBob and Patrick having fun outside, like for real, 100%. That's exactly how they act. I'm all about being vindictive, but I need a good reason. Wow. Let's see. Now, the problem I have is that apparently an Australian activist group is the one pushing for the MasterCard and Visa censorship. And the first thing I thought was that, oh, they're just taking credit. I don't think they're the actual people behind it. I think it might be somebody else. Because
so
I don't understand how they
are,
have so much influence over MasterCard and Visa.
It's not that they have influence, it's that they have the body count. They have the numbers of the people organized to do the emails and the calling and that kind of stuff. That's the side. So they're just the enforcers, right? They're the not enforcers. Enforcers is too good of a word for these people. They're the thugs. They're the thugs that show up at the shop and mess your shop up and then leave without saying a word. They're working for the guy who showed up, a couple weeks beforehand, who looked around and goes, "Oh, what a nice little shop you have here. Be a shame if something happened to it. You should join our community association group." Yeah, what's it about? Well, we keep each other safe. Okay. Do I have to do anything? No, you don't have to do nothing. We have meetings, but you don't even have to come. Oh, okay. Well, sure, I'll join. Yeah, the membership fee is $20,000 a year. Excuse me? No. It's the community association shop. If you're not part of the community association shop, some bad things are going to happen to you, if you know what I mean. That's what's going on. These thugs, they think, collective shout, the members think that they're doing a good thing. They think that they're living a bit of they think that they're living some kind of like pious life, that they're correcting the wrongs of the, I don't know, patriarchy or some shit. They think like that, but they're targeting people based off of what they like to do in their free time, and they're doing so gleefully, and they're doing so aggressively, and they're doing so without understanding the concept and the danger of like over censorship. It's like, what happens to countries that overly censor? Well, it becomes ingrained in their culture to some degree, and then usually ends up resulting in a lot of the stuff going in the complete wrong direction and having a major hit against them in some way, shape, or form. It's like that's typically what happens, and it's not good. Like none of this stuff is good. As far as like the over censorship, and we've been talking about this. We've been talking about this since the days of cyberpunk, and even before that. This is a dangerous, stupid thing. When you try to overly censor something, you will never get the result that you want. You'll always get the wrong result. So yeah, please stop. Don't do it.
Yeah.
It's not going to be good. But
I mean,
these people are idiots.
the church tried to censor Galileo. Was it Galileo?
Yeah, it was Galileo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look what
look
what that had. Fundamentally changed science forever.
Right? And so and it never results to it. Which, by the way, I want to throw this out whenever people talk about Galileo. That the idea that the Earth was like both flat and the center of the universe, that was very much a Greek thing. Okay, it was very much a Greek philosophy slash like their perception of the world and the universe and all this kind of stuff like that. Because everything rotated around them, right? Like they didn't understand that. No, it doesn't. That's not how that works. Like we're rotating, so therefore everything appears that we're rotating. It wasn't it wasn't some idea from the Bible. The Catholic Church never got that from the Bible because in the Bible when it talks about like the planet, like Earth, it mentions a sphere multiple times, and it like that was part of ingrained in that. It wasn't a perfect like answer, and of course some people who are stupid, but you can never correct for stupidity in some people. That's why you never worship people. You never idolize people. You idolize an idea, a concept, and in its purest perfect
hold on,
form.
Saib. I have to go. 1 second.
Yeah, understanding that people will always let you down in some way, shape, or form. People are always, 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 always going to let you down, and this is completely like when we look at the political stuff going on, when we look at these organizations and like people are so upset with Steam, it's like, no, Steam had a good idea. They said that they didn't want to bow to this kind of like usury and problems and all this kind of stuff. And that's good. That's right. We shouldn't. But it's not Steam's fault that they got ambushed, that this got taken from them in a really bizarre way. Right? Like they got the call literally in like they're first of all, as I understand, as it has been reported, Steam got cut off. The payment processor stopped processing all payments on the site, and they started to panic, going like, "Hey, what's going on? I don't know. Call the payment processor, see what's up." And they called the payment processors, and everybody was like, "Yeah, working as intended. You want to take this up the chain?" And they took it up the chain until they got talked to one of the head guys, and the head guy's like, "Yeah, we're not going to process your payments unless you take all these games down, and unless you change the way that you're doing this stuff." And what's Steam going to do? What's Steam going to do? Is Steam going to stop taking all payments for every game and just keep it that way for what, months or a year or 2 years before they can figure out a solution? Like, and again, it's like itch.io, however you pronounce that, they got in trouble too. Same thing. They were notified. They had zero time to react. They were told straight out, if you don't do this by, this time tomorrow, you're done. We're not turning the spigot back on. You're just done as a company. You're all going to go bankrupt. Your company's going to fail, and all of the people that rely on you for their platform for getting their games out, they're all going to be out of jobs. And so what did they have? They had to go in and they flagged everything that was even remotely close to anything that was on the list. They removed all of them. Itch went from 20 some odd thousand games to less than 6,000 games. That's how much they had to universally just take off the list because that's what they were facing. Huge, massive problem. Obviously a massive problem. What do you do about that? If you're Steam, what do you even do about that? Like, you're screwed on 1,000 different levels if this goes through.
So So
So
this is the moment for other providers to shine. There are other payment processors out there, like Cash App.
not that many,
Not that many, but this is their moment to shine. This is their moment to come out.
right?
They're like, "Hey guys, we heard that Master Visa and
So
Mastercard and Visa aren't supporting you guys. We as what, Bubba's? Sorry.
So you
Me.
want to hear something really messed up about Cash App though?
Uh, yes.
Cash App gets their money
Mhm.
from people using the app.
Yeah.
That money is processed by Microsoft or by Mastercard and Visa.
God damn it.
So they're in the same problem, and the ones
don't
that
they-
aren't, the transactions that aren't, are run by Apple and Google on the apps. So and they're all their stuff is also run mostly by Visa and MasterCard. So it's not just that, yes, there's other payment processors out there. It's like if they call their bluff, and if Visa and MasterCard aren't bluffing, then you've just removed every ability for you to do any kind of fighting back at all in any way, shape, or form. You're just going to be screwed no matter
yeah.
what you do.
So this actually goes into, I know we've been talking about this subject for getting close to an hour now, but has a lot of layers to it. So, you know how I said that this started in Japan? The gaming industry, them attacking games was not the first strike. The first strike was anime and manga. So payment processors refused to allow people to purchase certain not safe for work content of manga and anime. And it really affected businesses in Japan. It affected the economy a bit, because of course it does. And the Japanese government had to get involved because they were effectively, as I said, affecting their economy. So that pissed them off. And now the government is coming out to basically point out that they have certain laws against this stuff, and they're pointing out that MasterCard and Visa are essentially admitting that they are monopoly, and they're asserting a control that they have no legal standing to do. And so they're like, okay, we're taking you to court now because you are overstepping our laws and you legally cannot do this. So yeah, they're essentially saying that they are a monopoly. They're putting power on their. This is, where is MasterCard and Visa? Where are they? Where are their what nationality are these companies? Because they're not Japanese companies.
No, they're not. Yeah, but they are based all over the world.
They're based all over the world, but they did not originate in Japan. So this is essentially a foreign power trying to assert dominance in Japan, and that's not okay, guys. That's not okay. But that's not okay. And so they're like, okay, you want to play these games? We're going to play these games. So Japan is fighting back against this censorship and fighting for people's right for self-expression. Because that's been an issue with Japan now, because even though there are people pushing back against censorship, there are others who also are trying to push censorship. But this has been a thing. But the fact that a foreign company is trying to essentially affect Japan's economy, that's not good. That's not good. And so they're fighting back against this, and they're going to take these companies to court. And I hope that's what is going to happen in the US, because like I said, they're going after game platforms. They're going after Steam. They're going after Itch. They wiped out Itch's whole not safe for work content. And it wasn't just the bad stuff, it was all the not safe for work content. LGBT stuff, heterosexual stuff, like all the not safe for work stuff was scrubbed from itch.io. And for those of you who don't know what itch.io is, it is the hub for indie games. very niche indie games. And to be fair, some of them were pretty can I say KINKY? Can I say that? I don't know what I'm allowed to say on YouTube. Okay, so I don't know. But essentially very hot spicy stuff, not gonna lie. There is some not hot spicy stuff in the not safe for work section. But some of it was actually pretty vanilla stuff. Like, it didn't even have not safe for work. It was safe for work. It was safe for work content. It didn't have any spice at all. But just because it had lesbians and gay couples, and it had, furry couples, it was, the safe for work content was still labeled not safe for work content and scrubbed from itch.io. Which is so fudged up. And oh, sorry, Lazy Clay Gamer, you also made a good point that I saw earlier. What was it? You said something about them getting rid of visual novels. Oh, now they are also going after visual novels, even from eShop and PSN, which I'm assuming the PlayStation Network, over 100 games. No, I remember sending an image of the article to the size Discord. Yeah, like they're censoring visual novels. They're censoring visual novels and indie people who put their effort into making these games. Like, they didn't have company backing. They made it with their own by themselves in their room because they have a niche interest, and the only way that they can get, access to their niche interest is to create it. And so they like put it out online for other people to also enjoy it because there are other people who would enjoy it. And then they got rid of all the content. This is like the Tumblr purge. Do you guys remember the Tumblr purge? So back in the day, for those of you who don't know, Tumblr was like the online platform to share fan art and pictures and stuff of that. A lot of like DeviantArt stuff that people made themselves, or IRL pictures and stuff here and there. There were some videos here and there that were on Tumblr that were very sus. What? Wait, what? What'd you say?
Oh, you said sus. I thought you said Sybe.
Oh no, I said sorry. But anyways, what is it? Oh yeah. One of the main problems was old Tumblr had a huge CP problem. And instead of just the platform, I don't know, moderating the content that is on their platform, they just got rid of all the not safe for work stuff, which Tumblr was known for. You do realize that it like halved their user base, but they have their user base by getting rid of the not safe for work content. Wait, was it more than half? It was like 60% of their viewer base. Like, a huge chunk of their viewer base went down the drain because they got rid of the not safe for work stuff. And that's just what really rankles me. Instead of just going after the CP and the PDF files, putting that shit on the internet, instead of like moderating it better, they just got rid of all of it. I'm like, who the not rational people, apparently. I was like, who the fuck thinks of that stuff? But it's like, not rational people. They're like, let's just get rid of everything so that we're advertiser friendly. God, I can't stand people. Anyways, so isn't Tumblr dead now? There's still a user base for it. They just put other stuff on there, like written forms of not safe for work. Like, instead of showing pictures and stuff, people just write not safe for work fan fiction and stuff on Tumblr. So it's like there's still an audience for it. It's just not as big as it used to be. But yeah, like, that's essentially what's gonna happen to gaming. Well, that's what is happening to gaming and to anime and manga. No one keeps bringing up that anime and manga was hit first, because apparently not a lot of gamers are into anime and manga, which makes no sense because usually anime and manga is in the same sphere as gamers, but whatever. Japan was hit first, and then they went after games. And I keep fucking saying this. They keep going after the nerd. This is the nerd's genre, guys. These are the nerd hobbies. All right? Do you know why they're going after nerds? Not only is it because they're fucking bullies, and they're probably bullies in high school, and they're in part of the popular clique, I can assure you, but they know that it's easy to come after us. It's easy because we're so, and it's not a bad thing, because we as a community are actually pretty chill people. We're actually very fucking chill. But then they know that. They know that, and it's easy to come after us because they know that we're not going to put up much of a fight. They don't know we're going to go tell the principal, though. If we're still using the high school analogy, but it's just they think that they can keep doing this and they can get away with it. The problem is that's not how reality works. The reason why nerds are so smart is because The reason why that nerds are so smart is because we live in reality. We're not delusional. Well, most of us are not delusional, all right? Some of us like to pretend that we have waifu girlfriends. Some of us. Not all of us. Some of us. But, yeah, like, most of the time, we know what's up. We know what we can get away with and what we can't get away with. Like, nerd rage, exactly.
I did a Twitter post. You should check the Twitter post.
Let me see.
This is one of, I think everybody should watch this show. This week.
Ooh, goodness gracious, starting to grab my keyboard.
100%. This is the anime to watch. There's a couple other good ones out there. There's a couple of I think Kill la Kill is one of the best ones when it comes to like dealing with censorship and stuff.
Oh yeah, I love Kill la Kill.
Yeah, Kill la Kill is really good.
I did not know it'd be
Proxy,
I didn't
Psychopath.
I had no idea that what is it? Kill la Kill would be so philosophical as it was. I thought it was just going to be like just random fun stuff, but no.
Yeah, no, it had a message. It's way more philosophical than most people realize, and it goes deeper. Even if you think you understand most of it, it actually goes a lot deeper than most of it. So it's than what most people think. It's a great, like, Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill is my top anime, period. And to this day, I don't think anything has even gotten close to replacing it. It's my favorite one-off, like, one season show. I have series that I enjoy more. Like, there are series that I think are just as good. I think like Fairy Tail and My Hero Academia, I think they're both amazing for what they did to the genre and what they did to the what they did to art, what they did to the way that dubbing was done and stuff like that. It's very, very, very important. But no, Kill la Kill is still my top one. And this I think with all this stuff going on, and I think with these people going after anime and manga, I think this series, which I'm going to try to pronounce because it's really hard for me to pronounce, Shimoneta? Shimonat? I am so bad. With pronunciation, I hate it.
Shimoneta. A boring world where the concept of dirty jokes doesn't exist.
Yeah. If you got time, we should watch a little bit of this today, like after stream. It would be really fun.
But
have you ever seen this series before?
I heard about it, but yeah, I haven't seen it.
This is really good. We'll watch it sometime. But seriously, this is like the opening scene of the first episode is of basically like troopers coming in, blowing up like manga stores, raiding like like full on adult corn creators, if you know what I mean, sandwich makers, like throwing them in prison, just like closing it down. And the world that the kids grow up in, like a couple of years later, the story then moves ahead like 15, 16 years or something like that. And these kids are growing up in a society where they have no conception on not just of like dirty jokes, but like like just corn or sandwich making in general. They have no understanding of it. They have no concept of it. So much so that when a girl is presented, the girl of the queen of the censorship army, essentially, when this princess of this again, it's like the authority governing power that's putting in all of these decisions to censor everything. They're even coming up with robot attachments to people so that people wear these robotic attachments in the form of like clothing or underwear that prevents them from being able to uh, uh, do anything, right? Like it's censorship and control at the utmost, absolute, insane level. Period. And these are the people who are coming in, and their kid, their daughter, is so she doesn't understand anything about love or about how her body works or anything like that because it's all so censored that she has no conception of it, that she's just got these wild, insane ideas of like what what this kind of stuff is, or what other things are that she takes place of it. She confuses feeling excited for feeling love, and she confuses like a bunch of other things for some other things that it's really great. I don't want to spoil anything because it's great. The episode is absolutely stellar and amazing. But yeah, just in general, this is the show to watch right now, because this is the world that some of these people would want us to live in, while of course they get a pass, just like any censorship, just like with the masks in the thing that happened not too long ago, where they're all out saying you better do as you're told, and then you can't go to a hairstylist, you can't go out to eat, you can't do this, that, or the other thing. What are all the leaders caught doing? Doing exactly what they told everybody else not to do. Because that's how this stuff works. That's why this is such a slippery slope. That's why this is so disgusting, because there will be a point where this goes just not too far, just insanely too far, and they start going after people for literally anything that they can.
Like I said,
Such a problem.
Japan has a history of many years of like wanting to censor certain things and people fighting back, and this anime is a perfect what do you call it? Oh gosh. It's like a think piece of like, okay, what happens if we do censor everything? What if we actually like stop introducing like the concept of dirty things and stuff in society? What would happen? And then it becomes the misunderstanding of it's the misunderstanding of like your body and like understanding how things work, and like what is the difference between lust and what's the difference between actual affection of love, like what is the difference. And there's like this does have a psychological effect on people when they don't understand certain dark subjects that are not good. There's going to be a misunderstanding, like if you take out talking about domestic violence, if you get rid of that, of the talking point, if you get rid of the content, if you get rid of everything talking about it, people are not gonna know. Like, we're gonna go back to the 1820s. You know that DV was like such a rampant thing back in the old days because no one wanted to talk about it. No one wanted to bring it up. It was uncomfortable. Like, we've already been here, guys. Like, the moment you get rid of talking about it and showing it and having any type of depiction of it, we're just gonna revert back to no one talking about it, and then just people suffering in the shadows because no one wants to hear that shit. Like, do you know, like, we're just gonna revert back to the 1920s all over again. Like, it's such, like I keep saying, it's just puritanical BSery. Like, we're just regressing as a society. I do have girlfriends for sure, guys, I promise. Uh, Haganai anime? Hunter x Hunter is best anime? Oh my. That's not what we're talking about, Narlucha. We're not talking about the best anime. We're talking about anime that...
Well, I mean, I did for a minute, but yeah, no, it's, yeah.
Yeah, like we're talking about anime that like is a critique on censorship because like I said, Japan for for those of you who don't know, sorry, I keep saying that, but for those of you who don't know, Japan is actually a very closed off society and they don't believe in individualism. They don't believe in self-expression. They believe in homogeny and what is good for the society as a whole. And if you try to stand out, you are not looked on favorably. Granted, things have been changing in Japan. Like the younger generation has been more vocal about being like more expressive and being more and taking up more Western ideals in the fact that like, freedom of individuality and like how they choose to express themselves and stuff like that. And they try to like break, out of this homogenous society and they try to like make make some type of statement against this type of society. Sorry. But yeah, their younger generations are actually are trying to make a change. But like I said, it's kind of hard to make a change in a country that is so steeped in tradition. It's hard, especially when they like they're very they kind of stubborn and they wouldn't want to change in some aspects. So the young ones are angry, but that the old ones just want them to be a blob. Yeah, like the arts aren't look like it's just like yeah, it's just yeah. That's why there's a lot of critique about Japanese culture. Sorry, can you tell I watch a lot of anime and manga? There's a lot of critiques in anime and manga about Japanese culture of like, being don't stand out, be silent. If you have a problem, you got to go by the books. You can't make a scene in front of people cuz then you're going to be a burden on others. Like yeah, it's an interesting society, but I don't know. I care for others, so, and I love Japan. I think Japan is a very, very beautiful country, and I think their culture is very unique and something worth preserving. But the fact that a lot of people are not happy, and it shows in certain statistics, if you know what I'm talking about, a lot of people are not happy. They like to do the end game. Of themselves, and it's very disheartening. And yeah, like it makes me sad because like I said, they are just it's a very rich culture. They have a lot of history. And yeah, I would like them to change for the better for themselves. Obviously, I'm an American. I don't live in Japan. I shouldn't have any type of right to say what Japanese people should or shouldn't do. But I'd like for them to their society to be better for their younger generation and to be able to take care of their older generation and the traditions, but also leave room for the new generation to come in and, change things for the better. Like just because something changed doesn't mean it's going to be bad automatically. And plus, I don't know, I feel like the Japanese are very like they have like strong heads on their shoulders. I think they'll figure it out, but I have faith. But yeah, what were we talking about? I'm just glazing Japan right now. Anyways, but yeah, like Japanese censorship has been a thing, like what's allowed and what isn't allowed and stuff like that. It's more than just dirty jokes and stuff. It's also like, as I said, self-expression and stuff and standing out from the crowd. So Japan is not strangers to this type of concept. But the fact that a foreign company is pushing this will set off some nerves. It's gonna set off some nerves because, like I said, Japan is a very isolationist country, and they don't like it when foreign powers try to, exert some type of power over them. So yeah, like, and I mean, honestly, fair enough. Like, I wouldn't want like any other foreign country to exert power over my country. So I totally understand. So yeah, and I also don't like it when my own country exerts power over me. So yeah, but yeah, it's just a whole bunch of BSery. I just hope that I hope my government fights back on this. I know Japan's fighting against this type of censorship. I can only hope that America gets their head out of their butt and fights against this type of censorship, because this is straight up a monopoly, and this is like crazy that this is even allowed. No, it's crazy that they think they can even do this. That's what's crazy about this. They think that they can do this. They can tell people on what and what not to buy with their own hard-earned money. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's I can't even. Karens, dude, Karens. I can't, like, if they think they can, they
There
will.
are two kinds of people who cause all of our problems.
Furries and Karens. Furries and Karens.
Karens are one of them. Yes, that's the joke.
Wait, what? What was the joke? I was reading the
It's
comments.
Karens are some of the people that cause all of our problems.
Then who are the
That's
others?
just I. It's like I don't know. Hold on.
Cause like I know that Asmongold made the joke, but it was about this guy who's like wearing like a furry suit, but also like a trans flag as a cape, and then he's like, "There's two types of people. There's two types of
I
people.
think
The others are
I think
politicians." Thanks, Okeldog.
so. So I'm trying to figure out his like actual list here, and I think it is. So it's Karen's. Um,
We're
okay.
talking about
So the
censorship.
joke is that it's
Lazy Clay Gamer.
the joke is that it's Karen's, and then add in another group that fits whatever you want to say whenever you want to
Okay.
say it.
Okay, that's the whole
That
joke in
seems to
itself.
me to
Okay.
I think that's the joke. I'm not positive. Um, in this particular case, it's the Karens, and it's like the people who are trying to like input their will over everybody else. Um, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. Wait, what? What am I looking at? Hold on. I'm getting mocked on my own server. But yeah, it's just they're trying to censor games and our media content because freaking Karens, dude. But yeah, legally they cannot do this. I don't know why they think they can get away with this, but legally they cannot do this. You cannot do that, guys. You can't tell people what they can buy, what they cannot buy. You cannot do that. No, no. Uh oh yeah, Steam removes hundreds of games. Yeah. Oh yeah,
So yeah,
oh yeah, most of the content that was on itch.io was not safe for work stuff. So they, what is it? They had 28,000 games on itch.io, and then after the purge it went down to like 16,000. So that was a huge chunk of games that they purged. Sorry, what are you saying?
6,000. I thought they went from
6?
20,000 to 6,000.
6? Good lord. If that is true, I don't know if I got my numbers mixed up. I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember. But it was a big number, and then it went
I'm
down
gonna
to a
look it up.
smaller number. Okay, so the Ubisoft CEO responds to Stop Killing Games petition. It is not a petition, it is a literal. God damn it, I already said
It
this.
is 17,000. They removed 17,000 games.
That's a lot. They keep saying it's a petition. It's not a petition. It is like a legit government document that you can issue to the EU, to the European government. It is a civil complaint that you can issue as an actual form of a legal document It is not a fucking petition. There's a difference. That's why I'm trying to hammer home that there's a difference, because like I said, petitions aren't taken very seriously. But what this initiative is, it is a legal document that you can actually push to the European Parliament. I think that's what you call it. Over thousands of gays removed, really? Yeah, all not safe for work, but like I said, some of them weren't even not safe for work. They were safe for work, but because it showed gay couples or furries in that, they labeled it as not safe for work, and so they got rid of it, which isn't right, and it isn't fair.
Because it's a broad brush. They're going after everything. They went after some of your favorite stuff. They went after the werewolf and the romance stuff with the werewolves and
I like how you said my stuff. They went after your stuff. The demons. Oh no. Yeah, the vampires. Okay, I claim the vampires and werewolves. I claim those. And some people say I'm into elves, but I don't know if I agree with that. But some people say I'm into. I don't know. I'm not into elves. I never said that.
You didn't I show you the picture of Tilly?
Yeah, she was beautiful.
I'm pretty. Yeah, she's special. I like her.
Yeah, sadly I'm not into elves. Yeah.
She is clothed from the neck down. There is clothes there. So people, it's not just about this stuff, but to these people, anything that remotely looks like a nail to their hammer is going to get pounded, right?
Yeah.
Like they're going to hit this stuff hard.
Oh yeah. Ghost actually made he tagged me in my server, but he said after the initiative did go through, aka reach the goal, the EU government is forced to at least discuss it. That's the difference between a change.org petition and that EU citizen initiative. Yeah, I just use civil complaint because it sounds more official, that it is it's more of official, than citizen initiative. No, this is it is it's just for people to better understand what I'm talking about. It is like a civil complaint you can issue to the government and they will look at it. I'm just using my own terms for it. That's not actually the term for it. I'm just using my own terms for other people to better understand the difference between a petition and this citizen initiative. In my last comment, I was talking about the my anime recommendations. You guys keep. That's not what we're talking about. We need to have a segment to talk about anime and stuff at some point. But yeah, that we're not talking about anime right now. We're talking about anime at the time, about anime criticizing censorship and stuff. Okay, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about anime recommendation right now. That was a different thing. All right. Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot. God damn it, I don't know. Guillemot. Oh gosh.
I don't think you have to care. That's the great thing about this particular group.
Hey, Bubs.
Idiots is you don't have to care about them at all.
You don't have to care about them at all. Oh, shush your mouth. Guillermo also stated that players and buyers are forewarned when an Ubisoft game is to be shut down. No, they didn't. They didn't warn anybody. They just shut it down. That's why everyone got pissed off, because they just did it and they didn't tell anyone till the day of. And that with The Crew, specifically, Ubisoft offered its successor to Crew 2 on sale. Oh, yeah, sure. Suddenly shutting down The Crew with no forewarning. But guys, The Crew 2 is on sale for $1. Oh, sorry, £1, which is, I don't know if that equates to $1, maybe $2 in the USD. For a fortnight prior to the original game shuttering. Sure. For just €1, they got to, sorry, I don't know European currency, alright? So just €1, which is, I don't know what that equates to. I'm sorry. I'm horribly American. They got to, just for €1, they got to buy the next version. €1. It's not a lot of money to be able to continue playing a game. See, that's The Crew 2. People wanted to play The Crew, the first game, and then you just suddenly cut it off without telling anybody, and that pissed people off. Are games like the Mass Effect trilogy, the Witcher games, Baldur's Gate 3, Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, or any other rated M game even safe from these payment processors? That's the question, isn't it? That's the question, isn't it? They're really vague. They're really vague in what they consider what is inappropriate content, and because it's vague, it, as Saib said, it paints a broad brush over a lot of content. We don't want violence against women or children. In Mass Effect, you can play as a woman and you can get exploded and killed like you can in the game. Is that violence against women? Because it depicts that. Like, where does the line start and where does it end? It's because they purposely make it vague. They purposely make it vague so that they can get all the games removed. All the games removed, all the anime, and all the manga. Because they don't like nerds. Because they don't like nerds. These are legit queen bees who are trying to really live their heydays of manipulating people and, like, going after the nerds because it was a popular thing to do back in the day. These are all middle-aged Karens who can't produce heirs anymore. I'm just saying.
Oh my god.
Also, I still can't believe that Ubisoft requested players to destroy their physical copies of games that they bought with their hard-earned cash. I know, right? The fucking audacity! How are you not embarrassed? Sorry, there's a YouTuber I keep watching and she says that a lot. I love, she's entertaining. I love that. Once online servers shut down, they can rightly go suck an egg, like, for real. I really can't. The fucking audacity, dude. It's because, like I said, they don't want to get in trouble with the government because they have to sell you a product, because that is what their business is stapled around, a business that sells products. But they're trying to say they're giving you a live service. And they don't want any type of product lying around that you could essentially use anymore. Because then they lose control of their IP. And they want the ability to sue you if you still have access to the game that they don't want you to have access to anymore. It's all about power, these greedy assholes. Wait, where's the quote? He said a quote. Oh, right, okay. Guillermo then points out that all video game publishers are faced with the issue of changing or ending services. Quote, you provide a service, but nothing is written in stone, and at some point the service may be discontinued. You're not fucking Netflix. You're not fucking Netflix. You literally sell a product. You are not a live service. You do not have a live service model. You don't have a subscription model. You don't have a subscription model unless they have to go through your website and they have to pay a subscription to your website. That doesn't mean the games that you sell. Like, they're trying to change what gaming is. It is not a they are supposed to be selling a product, but they're trying not to sell you a product. That's not how a business works, but okay. At least when you're trying not to get smacked in the face with lawsuits, especially with the government, about what is technically considered a product, Mr. Government. What is a product, you know? Especially in this digital age where we could have made physical copies for people to own, but why would we do that? God, why is that? I'm so sick of this, like, stop killing games movement, as in supporting servers and stuff. Just bring back physical games. Bring back physical games. I don't want to hear excuses anymore. They can obviously afford to produce and mass produce physical disc copies. Fucking get back into fucking making physical copies. If Nintendo can still make physical copies, Though at this point it is questionable because they just still do, what is it? They do like a little chip, but the chip has like a digital code that you have to have access to the game online. Like, there's still a little question that it's not really a physical copy. But they still have the fucking audacity to make discs and chips that you can connect to your console. Or yeah, at least with the Switch, you can have that little physical copies connected to the console. You can still, if Nintendo can do that, the freaking other AAA companies can do that too. They can do it too. They just don't want to. I am fully advocating for physical copies to return. I'm sick and tired of people of hemming and hawing, trying to come up with other solutions. No, bring back physical copies. It has, like, government, get in here and fucking tell them to make physical copies. Like, no more digital services. Stop doing digital services. Only certain things can be digital service, but it has to have a physical copy in order for what is it? For any transaction to happen, it has to have a physical copy related to it. I'm so sick of, like, yeah, digital services are really convenient, but okay, how about this? People can have access to digital stores, but if they have to have a physical copy sold in other stores, like Walmart and stuff, like they technically still do that. They still technically have physical, game cases and stuff that they sell at Walmart, but just put a disc in it. Just put a physical disc, bring back physicals. That's all you have to do. Just say that if there's going to be a digital store for these products, there has to be a physical alternative to the same product. And that's what they should bring back. They should bring back DVDs and movies. They should bring back Blockbuster. Bring back Blockbuster. They should bring back physical games. That's what I'm advocating for. If there is a digital store for the games and movies and any type of media, there has to be a physical copy of it somewhere else. It cannot just only be a digital service. It has to have a physical copy somewhere else. They should do it like that. Wow, I'm smart. How smart of me to come up with a solution. For the government, at least. What is it? They said, you provide a service, but nothing is written in stone, and at some point the service may be discontinued. Nothing is eternal. We are doing our best to make sure that things go well for all players and buyers, because obviously support for all games cannot last forever. So make a physical copy. Make a physical copy so that if people want to have access to your fucking game, they can just pop it in to a disc player or whatever. Just bring back physicals. I'm so sick of this. It's just a simple solution, guys. It's so simple. Oh, sorry. I'm getting confused. I'm all over the place. Do you have anything to say, Sab?
Nope. No, not about that. I already talked a lot about that. Overall, we're facing this weird situation where we need government to do something correct, but at the same time we need them to, like, lay off
Not overstep
in other ways.
Yeah.
And to avoid overstepping, because we don't want government to get involved. But if and again, I saw a bunch more. There's more of these middle smaller studios, middle AA studios being shut down and stuff like that. Games that, going back to the Subnautica thing, all of these, like, overarching corporations are just evil. Like, they get to a point where they're just evil. They're not there to help you with anything. They are scum and villains to the highest degree. Don't ever just give in to them. Like,
because that's what they want you to do.
Yeah, like, and so this is this really messed up thing where it's like we have got to get like our hands on this situation because this is nuts what's going on, and it's getting worse by the day. So yeah, I don't. I hope that we can see the light at the end of these tunnels, but we are entering a. I think we're entering a fight. We're going to enter a long fight, and the fight is going to be about, and it's going to revolve around the idea of corporations getting to tell you what they want you to do,
Well,
and
luckily we
you
have
don't get to say anything.
Matt Pat to educate the representatives of the
Hopefully,
modern culture today on the interwebs. So hopefully he can
yeah,
steer them
hopefully.
hopefully he can steer them down the right path. He's a very great guy. He's very reasonable and he's very well educated. I really hope that they don't I don't know. I feel like he knows how to not be dismissed. So, especially when he has such a strong like he has a finger on the pulse of like modern technology. So, and a lot of the representatives are very old people who don't know what Wi-Fi is. So, yeah. I think he can very well, he made a caucus. Sorry, I have to say it at least once whenever Matt Pat's mentioned. But yeah, he made a caucus to help, our elderly representatives, which honestly I think we should make a law that
I hope it's
to
I hope it's
regulate.
big and flashy, so that way they can see it, because you know how some of them can't see it. So if he
Yeah.
gets a really big one
Oh god.
together, you know,
Yeah.
just
We have
get
to
some lights on there, some LED lights,
yeah.
shining,
Yeah, his caucus is very important and very big, and like, it fits nicely well, Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, did you want to talk about Elon Musk?
Ash is gonna get so mad at us.
Oh. Do you want to talk about Elon Musk? Elon Musk allies with gamers against payment processors. Is that just it
That
that he's fighting back against
that's
it?
looking, yeah, he is like, he is making it clear that he's siding with, like, because he believes that you have to have free speech, and the speech has to be largely free with as minimal protections as you can, as far as like the content being covered, because it's, you just have to know that, I never understood the idea of people who are like, we don't want the bad people to come out and say that they're bad people, and it's like, why? Then you know who they are. You know where to start the investigation. Like, it's really simple. It's this is good. It's like, but they don't like double Dutch chocolate ice cream. It's like, then let them not like double Dutch chocolate ice cream. Like, it's so weird trying to like force down your beliefs onto everybody. And again, I remember when this happened during the Satanic Panic. I remember when that happened. Um, I was really young, but I remember when it grabbed everybody. It also came to Canada a lot later than it came to the States. It was like a decade behind. But I remember that stuff. I remember hearing about that kind of stuff. And it was insane. It was mental. It was so messed up. But now it seems that we've traded those crazies for these crazies. And in some cases they're the same people. They were
Yeah.
always the same. They weren't saying that stuff because they felt like, there was something. No, they were making money off of it. And even right now, what are they doing? What is Collective Shout doing? They're trying to go to these corporations and saying, well, you guys should have had us on your staff, because if we were on your staff, then we would have been able to tell you what you could not have allowed in. And now you're in trouble if you had only hired us. It's like, that's the same grift. It started with the Satanic Panic, and then it moved to video games and violent TV shows. I remember when people were protesting The Simpsons. The Simpsons. They were protesting The Simpsons. I remember when that happened. And then it moved on to violent video games. And then it moved on to some other stuff. And then now it's, and Now it's back to video games again because there are some people out there that are they're just insane.
Yep.
They're just crazy.
It's a crazy man, crazy.
So yeah,
Nothing really changes.
it's messed up. Nothing really changes. Again, Elon Musk is not he's not Superman. He's got some great ideas, and he is, I think,
Please tell
overall a pretty
me,
good person.
please tell me he'll develop a freaking third party payment system.
I hope so too. If he comes out with a banking institution tomorrow, bank, crypto, um, ties into X, ties into other social media stuff, does like just everything everywhere all at once, does everything. Um, yeah, I'll switch. I will. I hate switching my financial stuff. I've had the same bank for 25 years. Um, if he comes out with a new bank, like new thing, I will tell them all. I will tell every banking institution I work with right now. I'm like, you guys blew it. You guys didn't stand up for us, the little person. Thank you. I'm done. I'm moving over here. I'm taking all my business over here. Go
Bro,
screw
I can
yourself.
I can I can even assure you most of the people who work at banks are like shaking their head. They're like payment processors are no longer processing certain payments. That makes no sense. Like that's just a ripe for a lawsuit. There I bet they're yeah, I'm pretty sure banking people think it's as stupid as we do. Like normal people know this is stupid. Most people know
Yeah,
this.
the normal
People
people.
yeah, people
Unfortunately,
who don't
the
play games, people who don't watch anime or manga, they know this is stupid. They know. Even they agree. Sorry, go on.
the normal people, unfortunately, the problem with normal people is they don't know how to make themselves be heard a lot.
Yeah,
And
they just want
this
to
is where everybody here, like, stand up, literally stand up and take a stand. Make a stand about this stuff. This is insane. It cannot be allowed to continue.
yeah. Paranormal Seer pining for Harduit Labs, uh Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. I actually have news on that. There is an update about Bloodlines 2. I was gonna wait until we got to that discussion, but honestly, it's just a lot of people talking about the same stuff over and over. But yeah, we're talking about collective shout, yeah, and stuff like that. Uh, yeah, okay, yeah, we already went through that. Uh, uh, dee- 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 dee. So real quick, I guess we can go over Bloodlines too. Because it's not that big of an update. But the reason why Bloodlines 2 has gone quiet for many, many years, like when it was first announced that Vampire the Masquerade was gonna get another game installment, and I don't know if some of you have been keeping a track of the IP, but there have been some niche areas where they released some games on the side that is in association with Vampire the Masquerade or like the World of Darkness IP. In the niche gaming sphere that I'm in, which is interactive fiction, where it can be an interactive novel or it can be what is it? A visual novel. They're like interchangeable in this niche area that I'm in. There's this one indie company called Choice of Games, which you know develops indie interactive novels, and I just love them. They're like RPG. They're pretty much RPGs, but in like a written book format, and you just like, but for the digital, and you just basically choose choices, and whatever choices you do, like it affects the ending, and the type of relationships you have also affect how characters view you, and like also affects the ending and stuff like that. You know, pretty much a typical RPG, but in written form. All right, and some of the Vampire Masquerade IP, there have been some interactive novels that have been published under the World of Darkness IP. Like the what is it? Oh God, there's something Night Roads. Night Roads is an interactive novel based in the Vampire the Masquerade. The Parliament of Knives, that was also a another Vampire Masquerade IP interactive novel. I think there was also one called Sins of the Father, but I think that was the DLC to Parliament of Knives. But yeah, there were some minor content here or there. There was also there was also some visual novels. It's not Hollywood Red. That's not what it is. I forgot what it's called. God darn it. No, I think it was Hollywood Red. Hold on. I think I have it on my Steam page. I'm just pressing buttons, sorry. Basically, there have been other IPs that Vampire the Masquerade has been in association with, but they're just smaller indie games. Not really big blockbusters like Vampires the Masquerade Bloodlines. Let's see if I can find it. Sorry, I have a huge list. It's funny, like, who doesn't have a big list on their freaking Steam page?
Yeah, I'm worried. Like, one of the things I went, it was like, oh gee, I
Oh,
wonder like, if they're taking down everything.
Red Embrace Hollywood. Red Embrace Hollywood. That's actually it's actually part of the Vampires the Masquerade, I believe. Lore genre. From what I understand, like it seemed like they say, yeah, they had the same clan vampire clan setup, lore of like what is it, Bruja and stuff like that. They Tremere. They had the same lore setup. But yeah, oh yeah, wasn't there like it was called like Swan Song or something like that? There was a I heard of a Vampire Masquerade game called Swan Song. There was another visual novel that was supposed to come out. I forgot what it's called. It was like Sunlight something, or like Sunlight District. I don't know. There's like other niches that they were developing in. But getting back on to Bloodlines 2. They have been around, but everyone wanted the more popular Bloodlines 2 because it was going to be like the return of Vampires the Masquerade Bloodlines, which was like it made such a name for itself, especially in the RPG genre back in the early 2000s, I believe. And the role playing was so in depth that people basically just praised the game for like, you can choose what vampire faction that you wanted to be part of. And, you know, a lot of people picked I think Ventru is the vampire clan where you can see visions and kind of go crazy. Like, people like role-playing Ventru, I believe. Or was it Tremere? God damn it, I forgot. It's been a while since it's been almost like a couple years. It's been a couple years since I got into the Vampire Masquerade lore. But yeah, as you can tell, the hype died over time, because no one was freaking keeping up on updates. And pretty much a lot of people were thinking that the game was dead because no one was updating about Bloodlines 2. But recently, I'm back. So what did I miss? Hi, Lazy Clay Gamer. We're just talking more about censorship and how Elon Musk is also getting into the fight with the payment processors. But now we're talking about Bloodlines 2. For Vampire the Masquerade. So a lot of people thought the game died, and honestly, I thought the game would never release, and a lot of people did too, because they have been so quiet. Okay, I should actually, god darn it, there's actually history about this that I want to go into, but I actually need to go to the restroom because I drank a lot of tea to stay awake for this. So I'll be right back.
Just as a side story, I just saw this. I was scrolling through here, and you know what I discovered? I discovered something horrible, something terrifying, something absolutely insane and disgusting, frankly, disgusting. And that was that, yeah, did y'all know that it's been 20 years since Beyond Good and Evil launched? Yeah. Yeah, Do you know it's been almost 10 years since they've been working on the second follow-up game? It's been almost 10 years since we got a trailer for it. It's still being worked on. Man, Ubisoft is just I mean, I don't like what do I say about this? Like what do I say about these people are absolutely mental. Like what in the world? So yeah, that's a thing. Congratulations, I guess. That is yeah, that is mental. That is mental. What are some of the other stories that we didn't have a chance to cover yet that we have been wanting to cover? There's oh yes, Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers dropped. It is not getting a good reviews. The game seems to be pretty good, but it is optimized like hot garbage. It is optimized like hot garbage in the middle of a dumpster fire on a street sidewalk. It is bad. I think I put it to the group chat. Seems the game is optimized as a bowl, an escaped bowl taking a dump on a red carpet. Um, I wish these companies would stop like thinking that optimization is not something that they have to worry about. Um, it's bad. It was one of the biggest problems with Chrono Odyssey, with their recent test. Now that was a very very early beta test. So it was there are some games where if you're putting out a beta test, sure, it's like make it clear, like, yeah, we know this isn't optimized perfectly. We're sorry about it. We can't optimize for 1,000 different, I think it's like 1,000,000 different different
I'm
PC
back.
setups, right? So yeah, I was just talking about Wu Chang and how poorly it's doing because the optimization is just hot garbage. Um,
Yeah, I heard
and it
about
just
that.
Yeah, and it goes to show that just because you have a beautiful main character, like beautiful main character, good, very good. And a lot of people gave it a try and are still somewhat like moderately. They're like, yeah, the game is not optimized right now. I bought it. I'm just going to sit on it. I'm not going to play it for a couple weeks because it looks like it needs a lot of help. Um, Stop releasing your games in the state. That would really help. That would really help. That would be
Yeah,
nice.
but yeah, sorry. To get back into the development of Masquerade Bloodlines 2. So, the popularity of Vampires of Masquerade really blew up back in the day. And so when a couple of years ago they announced the development of Bloodlines 2, it literally blew up on the internet for a while. Like especially with RPG fans and anyone who was also fans of, Vampire the Masquerade. Everyone was going crazy. They were pushing out lore videos here and there. Everyone was really excited. Uh, I forgot. Do you remember who the initial studio behind the development of the game was? It's like
Which
something
one?
Labs for the second game.
There's a bunch of them.
Oh yeah, that was the main issue is that like after a certain controversy, the game passed hands for a good while there. There was like it's not Science Labs, it was like something else. Something Labs was like the main name that people were using for the developers and stuff. But the controversy was that one of the head devs was accused of being of essaying or accused of essaying or harassing one of the female members. And yeah, it was a male member who was the head of it, and he got accused of that. I don't know. And then everything like went quiet after that. After that controversy, everything went quiet. Everything went underground. I don't know if it was true. I don't know if it was false. I don't know what happened. I could look it up because it's been a good couple years now. I'm sure someone would have info about the controversy, but as far as I know, I don't know what happened. All I know is that stuff was revealed and they went quiet. After the controversy, everything went quiet. They here and there, the developer said they were still working on the games. Hi, Bubba's. Oh, sorry, my nephew's showing me his McDonald's toy. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, it's juice. And it was revealed, okay, sorry, it wasn't revealed. There was, like, still some updates here and there. They still showed and uploaded trailers and, like, character introductions and stuff like that. They were still kind of sparsely giving out some info here and there, but there was no real definitive statement of what was going on behind the scenes. Finally, someone came out with a video stating that the reason why Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 was so in the dark was because one of the studios that got the IP, I think it was called Chinese something. They had a strange developer name. It was called like the Chinese box or something like that. They said the developer. Yeah, it's a juice, Bubba's. Good job. They said that the developer had the IP, but they wanted to be separated from. Yeah, it's a juice, Bubba's. Yeah. Yes, sir. He's drinking juice. Anyways, basically, like the new indie group that had the IP, they wanted to separate from the publisher, which was another Chinese group. I don't know. I forgot the name of it. I'm sorry, guys. I was like watching other gaming videos, so I forgot some of the names of these companies. But the indie group the indie developers wanted to separate from the publishers. And because they wanted to separate, they had to like do a lot of documentation, background stuff that they needed to go through, and like I think there was something also about like a payment process that needed to go through as well. I could be wrong about that. But there was stuff that was happening in the background that they needed to go through legal processes in order to properly separate from the main publisher so that they can fully have control over the IP, or at least this IP, this game specifically. And that's what's been going on. That's why they've been quiet for so long. That's why they kept their heads down for like such a long time. Bloodlines 2 has been switched developer hands here and there, like up until now. A developer group has the game in their hands. They just wanted to separate from the publisher. I think this is just me speculating, but I think the reason why they want to separate from the publisher is because they were probably getting a lot of executive interference with the game, which was probably really frustrating, and could be the reason why a lot of indie devs wanted to, or certain dev groups wanted to separate from the project in the first place. Which, this is just me theorizing. I don't know anything for sure, but yeah, that's just my 2 cents, my opinion. But yeah, they finally have, I don't know if it's officiated yet, but they are in the process of separating, and they're going to finish developing the game. They did say that they were going to release the game this year, but they pushed the initial date from, I think, July or September, and they pushed it to, they pushed it to a later date of this year. I forgot the month. But it's going to release later this year. That's what they're promising, and they said during the time from that it's going to release, like from now to when it releases, they're working on polishing the game. And from what I've seen of the game so far, even with the the pre-alpha gameplay, it looked pretty good. The pre-alpha gameplay looked really, really good. So them polishing it, I was like it looks good already, and then they're polishing it even more. Like I think it's gonna be pretty good. But a lot of people have some reservations on Bloodlines 2 because it has had a very hectic development cycle, and if you know anything about any type of industry at all, when something is lagged for many years, it is not as good as people were hoping it would be. Like it happens in the TV industry, in the movie industry, when certain products are pushed down the pipeline to be revealed at a later date. It's usually because it sucks. And yeah, that's what it also is true for game development. If something is prolonged for a very long time, it usually sucks. Example, Dragon Age The Veilguard. That was in production for 10 years, and it finally came out and looked like it only had like 2 years of production, because technically it kind of did. But yeah, like, just because it has a long production cycle doesn't mean that it's going to be a masterpiece. But I think what they have already is really good. I don't know. I think what matters is the writing. The gameplay looks really good. The gameplay looks really good. It looks like it's similar to Bloodlines 1, but maybe a little bit more enhanced for like the more technically advanced age that we are in for current day. I think it's a lot more advanced now. Because, like, there was this one, I think the player was playing as a Bruja, which is, like, the more muscle, strength, dedicated clan, vampire clan. So they're just, like, they're, like, brutes and berserkers. And in the gameplay, you can do, like, massive, what is it? Monks, or, like, in like, Chinese movies, like they do like the flurry of punches, and like they punch so fast, like their fists blur. Like they did a great job portraying that in the game. Like the guy was the character was punching so fast that the punches were all blurs, and the fists were all blurs and everything. But you can see that they're like really like drilling into the enemy, and I was like, oh, this is really great. I think they did a really great job portraying that. The writing, I don't know. We'll have to see about the writing. I mean, I really hope that they maintain great writing of the previous game in the new game, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm definitely certain that we will see a what happened video on Masquerade the Bloodlines 2 sometime in the near future. Yep. I can't wait. I'm actually really curious. I want to know like what happened in the background, the timeline and stuff like that. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm just finally glad that we got some kind of update and some kind of answer to what happened. Just like how Silksong was like quiet for many years, it actually turns out that I feel like it wasn't confirmed, but I feel like the reason why they went quiet for many years is because they were under NDA with Xbox and Nintendo to like not say anything about the project until it was like released or revealed during was it Summer's Games Fest this year and stuff. But even then, I don't know if they even said anything after the reveal. But basically, yeah, that's just my 2 cents though.
And I mean, yeah, I hope it comes out and it's good. Like, we've been waiting long enough.
Yeah, I mean, like,
kind of ridiculous.
Definitely looks like they ran it through Unreal Engine. The graphics look amazing. The characters look attractive, as you do. But yeah, well, we're just gonna have, and they look ugly. Yeah, we can't forget about that. We can't forget about the Nosferatu. Nosferatu look ugly, and that's all we can ask for, you know. But yeah, moving on. Gabe Newell says AI is a significant technology transition on a par with the emergence of computers or the internet, and will be a cheat code for people who want to take advantage of it. Now, we've talked about like AI being used in games, but we mainly talk about how AI is used to as a tool rather than just the main factor of making a game as a whole. Do you know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
AI can be used to basically clean up code that the developer didn't notice. It can also repeat code that the developer like finds tedious, but like in order to make a game and in order to make like the same NPC model, he has to like repeat the same code, and it's a little annoying. It's a little annoying, and so the AI just does it for him. Like, that's fair enough. I don't see anything wrong with that. Basically, like I said, AI just used as a tool, but a lot of people have misgivings about AI being used in gaming as in general, because people think that AI is just going to be used to make the game, like the whole game, like for voice acting, for rendering NPCs, for game design. Like, AI is going to be in all of it, and then it's going to get rid of jobs of developers in the industry. But that just reinforces people should just make games as indie developers. But what do I know? But yeah, like a lot of people are worried that it's going to take people's jobs from the industry. And honestly, I think that's a fair concern to have, because technically AI could replace a lot of people in a lot of jobs, not just the gaming industry. But I think, I don't know, like right now, AI isn't as advanced when it comes to like developing games. It's not as advanced as we think it is, but we have been proven that given enough source material, AI can actually do really amazing things. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think AI is bad.
Did you see the video of the graduation ceremony where the guy brought his laptop with Chat GPT
What?
on it?
Why?
That's so funny. I was like, yep, yeah, that's
Just to
hilarious.
what? Just to render a speech or something?
No, no, no. He put the graduation cap on the laptop
Uh,
for ChatGPT
oh
because
my.
he used ChatGPT to, like, do everything, right?
Wow.
That's the
Okay.
joke,
Wow. Okay. That's
obviously.
funny. Okay, that was pretty great. That's yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, like I said, it's like I can understand people like being skeptical about AI and it being used in the gaming industry. I think as long as it is understood that it is just used as a tool for repetitive code and not for like the base code of everything, I think like we need to be very distinctive about like AI should be allowed to do and what it shouldn't. Like if the AI came up with the concept, wrote the script, wrote the code, developed all the NPCs, and wrote everything, and then even like AI voiced all the characters, like if you're using pure AI for the whole game, I think then there should be some question about should we allow that or not. But if you're just using AI to like help translate, because that's what happened with the alters. I wanted to talk about the alters. So there's a game that came out called the alters, and they got into some controversy because they used AI or Chat GPT to translate some dialogue into Spanish, or they translated it for Brazil. So yeah, they used Chat GPT for that, and there was like a written prompt in the code for ChatGPT that was like copied and then pasted into the code of the game. And code divers went in and they saw that, and then news outlets blew up and said that, oh my god, they used AI to make the game and stuff like that. And they were basically trying to discredit the indie developer who made the alters, because this is the same people who made Frostpunk, Frostpunk 1 and Frostpunk 2. Like they have a record of of making well-written games, and not just any well-written games, moral dilemma, like moral questioning games, like philosophical games that like really make you think. And they do a great job with their writing and character developments. And this is no different for the alters. The alters is like in the summary itself, you can tell. Literally, the alters is about a man or an engineer who is trapped on a planet, and he has to clone himself in order to survive on the planet. He has to clone himself, and it's not just any type of clone. It is literally another version of himself. They didn't really go into detail about like how exactly that happens, but they said that they use this machine called the Tree of Life, and he plucks a version of himself from a different time, from like, if like instead of choosing to be an engineer, he chose to be a botanist. So, and he needs help growing plants on his ship, so he picks a future of himself that chose to be a botanist to help him in his crisis and stuff. And it's a very interesting premise, because they said it explores like human nature and regrets and what could have beens and what ifs, and like how would you feel facing a version of yourself that is massively more successful than you? How would you feel facing a version of yourself that is just jaded and full of hate because they grew up in an abusive foster home? Like, how would you, like, it is so visceral in its depiction of like all these different types of versions of this one man. And it just makes you really question and think about like your life choices as a whole and stuff like that. It's just really deep. It's a very deep game. And the fact that they're using one line of prompt just to help them translate 0.3 seconds of dialogue into Spanish. And they use that as some type of attack that the game was using AI in order to like develop the game. It just goes to show how disingenuous game journalists can be sometimes. I'm trying to be fair. One person got mad at me because I was ragging on game journalists as a whole, and I distinctly mean industry game journalists paid to make journalism and stuff like that for like big corpo game journos. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about indie journos, though there are some indie journos who are paid under the table by these big corporations, but that's neither here nor there. But there are some gaming journos who are disingenuous when it comes to portraying games, and that's what they're doing here. They were saying that just because there is one line prompt in the code, it means that the whole game was like AI was used to make this whole game, and that's not true. Like, you can use AI as a tool for certain menial tasks, like I said, repetitive code that is Wait, wasn't Larian saying this too? Larian Studios also said this, that they wanted to use AI to do the tedious jobs that no one wants to do, which is repetitive code here and there, and then just copy and paste it, and that just takes time.
Yeah. There's lots of companies doing that now, because there's a lot of stuff that they don't need they don't need a long line of people doing this stuff when they could be doing something else that is obviously, like, I wouldn't want, if it's like, hey, you wanna help build this amazing this project, this, like, we're creating a story, and you're like, yeah, this is gonna be so, what am I gonna be doing? Can I make character classes or monsters, or can I write some of the lore? And they're like, no, we need you to go around in the basement of our building, and we need you to like spray paint the edges of some like cracked corners. You're like, that's what you want me to do? Yep, that's what we do. Well, do I get paid good for it? No, you get paid like the lowest amount we can pay you. It's like, could you get somebody else to do it? Like, it's like, that's the kind of work. And so, yeah, obviously they want to move past it. Lots of people don't want to have that problem. So,
Yeah. But yeah, it's just I don't think there's a problem with it, of course, especially when it's just like I said, it's just menial tasks. But
mhm.
yeah, especially especially against a developer that has a track record of making good games, like that's so disingenuous. Like, are you just like trying to undermine their talent in writing and developing? Like, well, obviously they are. Let's be honest here. But yeah, it's just very mean spirited. It's very rude in my opinion. But that's technically what tracks when it comes to game journalists nowadays. They just don't like it when indie games succeed. And yeah, like if what is it? If Claire Obscure hadn't been as popular as it is now, I think The Altars could have been a run up for how popular and good it is for Game of the Year. Sorry, I should have been more specific in what I was trying to say. But yeah, I think The Altars would have been a run up for Game of the Year. But it's definitely I feel like it could be a contender. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it was on the docket for Game of the Year if Game of the Year was not biased. I think it would have been part of the docket, but I wouldn't be surprised that it wouldn't be, because let's be honest, the Game Awards are corrupt. But yeah, I really hope Claire Obscure wins Game of the Year this year, and I'm gonna be very pissed if it doesn't. But I'd be like typical of the gaming industry. They really don't like indie games succeeding. Thank you, SoCal Sam, for the high judge check. I appreciate it. Do Yen says, gonna be using your Celeste guide to get the platinum. Keep up the good work. Reaver wins Gamer of the Year. Thank you. I thought you were gonna say Game of the Year, but yeah, Gamer of the Year. Oh my god, thank you. Even though most of my gaming streams are Shiza, but thank you. I appreciate the support. Oh, did you want to talk about Fallout Bakersfield? Is that a
Yeah, so it's a fan game, and it's amazing. It looks like old fashioned but with higher graphics. It looks like old fashioned, like original Doom, except again higher graphics, but it does have the same art style and the same like visual feeling as the first Fallout game. Um, it's unfortunately like first person like Doom, which is probably the most vomit inducing motion sickness game I can possibly play. So I will not be playing this game, but I definitely want to support it because this is amazing. This game looks fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Looks awesome, and I'm so stoked for it to like really to get much cooler and better looking in the future because it this looks awesome. I hope they have an amazing launch. I'm so excited for this. But yeah, like, and this is something where I'm like, man, if Microsoft had any brains about them, they would look at this game, make sure that it is what it is, that it's got what it's advertising, that it plays good, all this kind of stuff, and then I would literally like tell them like make this an official game. Like put this out. This is amazing. This is the kind of stuff that they need. They need this guy making games for them because this is where the future of gaming is with actual people who are passionate about a project and who bring out something that looks and plays absolutely amazingly. And by all metrics so far, it looks amazing, and everybody's really excited for it. So again, fingers crossed.
yeah? Was it? I really hope they do. I don't know. Usually when companies, I don't know. I really hope that Microsoft is better than other AAA companies when it comes to people making fan games and stuff like that. But we'll see. But wasn't it Nintendo when they were going on like a massive fan purge or whatever, they were trying to like recruit other AAA companies with them, but they're like, no, we're not going to do that. So I kind of have faith that Microsoft won't do anything to discourage the fan game. But yeah, I don't know. Then there's wasn't it Rockstar who's doing like egregious things against people who are like making fan content with
Yep.
GTA?
They definitely went after a lot of people.
Yeah. I don't
They do not care about you at all.
yeah. What's this post from Monte Sensei? What's that? I truly believe storytellers have the gift of foresight, almost like a natural telescopic lens to see what's to come from far out. What's this in reference to? Oh, this is a post. Oh, this is about the censorship. Okay.
And I believe that. Like I came across some stuff. I've been going through a lot of Tolkien again, and man, he hit the nail on the head on a lot of things. It like really did. But that's besides the point. So, man, I wish we had better. Like, I really wish we had better Lord of the Rings games. Like,
oh,
we haven't
yeah.
had. We had Gollum. Gollum came out. That was
Oh my
that was
god.
a game that absolutely nobody wanted or played. I guess.
Yeah, Gollum was a massive success, guys. It was great. Uh, so the post said, I truly believe storytellers have the gift of foresight, almost like a natural telescopic lens to see what's to come from far out. It's the reason they create stories that seem to come into fruition in our current day. If you're not aware of the current payment processor mafia basically cracking down and suppressing creative freedom, they are really moving without constraints and taking advantage of their monopoly in the market, as well as the freedom for adult consumers to choose for themselves. Here's a petition to sign that could help fight back if you're interested, and it's change.org. And yeah, it's just these payment processors are getting out of hand. They are taking advantage of their that they have a monopoly of the market. Lady Reaver for Vampire of the Year. Oh my. But yeah, it's just people are allowed to like what they like. They are allowed to do it because first of all, it's all fictional. This isn't real stuff. It's not real, guys. It's not real. We gotta separate fantasy from reality.
Aren't real?
What?
Oh my goodness!
Boobs aren't real,
Vampires
guys.
aren't real.
No, and vampires are real. Boobs are real and vampires aren't real. All right. I'm sorry to tell you this. All right.
Okay, I'm done. I'm checking out.
He's like, no, I can't live in this life anymore. No,
I
no
can't
more.
go on with this. I can't go on. I hear Selena
You're
Kyle's.
big.
Is that
You're.
her name?
Oh God.
Uh, the song from the fucking what the hell is that movie called? Titanic. That one song, the heart will go on. I'm just
Yeah.
sinking into the ocean.
Yeah.
It's not real.
Your big
Not real.
booba. Your big booba werewolf girlfriend doesn't exist. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, like people are allowed to like what they like. You don't have to agree with it as long as it's not illegal. As long as the content is allowed to be on the website and it is allowed to be made in media, then you can like it shouldn't be a big deal. It shouldn't matter to you. Just don't watch it, don't read it, don't look at it. Just know that it exists and move on with your life. That's what everyone else does. They know it exists. Some people, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not harming anybody. It's like a fantasy. It's not real. It's not gonna hurt you. It's not gonna hurt you. It's okay. But yeah, the moment we start censoring things is the moment that everyone's going to get censored. That's why no one wanted censorship in the first place. The moment the bad stuff gets censored is when they start going after the normal stuff, and then that's when they start going after the very unimportant stuff. Like it is a what is it? It's a progressive step First they go after the bad stuff, then they go for the normal stuff, then they go for the very mediocre, unimportant stuff, and then nothing. There's going to be no prawn anywhere. There's going to be no violence anywhere. It's going to be a very safe, sanitized society. And we're all going to be dumber for it, honestly. Oh yeah. So, PC Gamer came out with an article that said Tears of the Kingdom is going to be Game of the Year for 2025 instead of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Why the hell? Okay, so Tears of the Kingdom is a remaster re-release. It is not a new game. And plus,
yeah, they had this problem last year. I really think that they need their own category. This is so stupid.
And I don't think they should have a category at all. Like remasters and re-releases, why would they get any acknowledgement at all? Granted, it does pull in sales, but unless it's like unless it's like technologically advanced, like Resident Evil 2, like compared to Resident Evil 2 from back in the day to Resident Evil 2 that came out a couple years ago, like technically that is a huge technological jump. So I would give it that. But if it's a fucking game that only came out like a couple of years ago, and then they just re-released it, just enhanced graphics and some shit here and there, it's not a new game. It's not a new game. It's just the same fucking game. Why does it deserve any type of acknowledgement? It's like fucking The Last of Us 2 getting a remaster when it came out like 4 or 5 years ago.
See, I look at the remaster for Last
and
of Us, and I'm like,
it was already graphically amazing too. The Last of Us 2 was already graphically amazing. How better can it be from that? Like, I don't get it. Why does it deserve any type of acknowledgement?
No, I don't think that deserves anything, but I do really think that the update that they did to Oblivion, that deserves to be on the list.
I don't know. I'm kind of biased. It didn't work on my PC, so I'm kind of biased.
Oh,
I guess.
It didn't work on PC.
It don't like. Yeah, my PC sucks. My PC sucks. It cannot run games while I'm streaming, like, at all. Depending on the game and who you ask, remaster remakes can make the category for Game of the Year, again, depending on who and which game. I think if there is a huge technological jump from the original game to the new game, I feel like it should be on the category. If it's not a huge technological jump, it should not be part of the category at all. It shouldn't even be in the running. It's like saying the DLC, that fucking bullshit that they tried to pull last year when they put a fucking DLC as a fucking running up for Game of the Year. A DLC for Game of the Year. Are you serious? Shadow of the Erdtree? Really? You're gonna fucking put that as a Game of the Year? I was gonna say not like... The fact that it was even on there is such a fucking slap in the face. And the fact that the fucking Astrobot won Game of the Year last year is such a fucking slap in the face, guys. Like, for real. I am so fucking sick and tired of this bullshit. Did you even see the fucking, what is it? The judge list? The judge list! Did you see the judge list for last year? It was literally made up of people who aren't even gamers. It was like Times Magazine. What are you talking about, Time Magazine being involved in voting for Game of the Year or any fucking game category? They don't even like gamers. You know, when they fucking first got PewDiePie on Times Magazine, they fucking, instead of, whenever Times Magazine interviews an influential person, they always show the influential person in like a graceful outfit, like a cool suit, a fucking cool, beautiful background, a beautiful dress, because it shows some type of decorum and respect for the person that they're interviewing. They fucking put PewDiePie on Times Magazine, and they show him in a white background, in a white t-shirt with a spray painted X on the t-shirt. Now, some people said, oh, they're just trying to show that Felix was like pushing against societal norms. No, they did that shit on purpose. They were fucking making fun of him. If you know how these industry types work, especially these snooty, elitist assholes, that was a dig. They did that shit on purpose. Like, they don't like gamers, guys. They hate gamers. They only go where the money goes, all right? They only go where what they're paid to say and where they're paid to go. Sorry, I went on a huge rant about the fucking game of the year, but I am so sick and tired of this bullshit. I'm done. What's interesting about the votes? Oh yeah, that bullshit. What's interesting about the votes is that 95% of them are from the judges, and the rest are from us. Pounds fair? Hell no. No, it's not fair. They fucking said that 95% of the vote was from judges. Judges. Sorry, I keep peeking the mic. 95% of the vote wasn't even for the fucking gamers. And yet they had the audacity to make like voting forums, and then people noticed that they kept trying to rig the voting. People noticed that they were trying to rig the voting forums. People pointed out that they were rigging the system so that certain games don't get voted higher than the other. Wukong being one of them. Say you're racist without saying you're racist. God. I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit. The Asian hate is real, especially with fucking Westerners. Especially with people in the industry high up. God. You know, I didn't think it, like, you know, you think you wouldn't see it, but then you see it. Like, they really do not like Asia. They hate Japanese games. They hate Chinese games. They hate fucking anything good coming out of Asia. Pisses me off. It's because they don't have a fucking talented bone in their fucking body. They're literally a waste of oxygen. And yet they like to tell us how to fucking enjoy shit. Sure, whatever. If you don't like it, why don't you make your own games? Oh, wait, you can't. Shut the fuck up. But going back to the main point, the fact that they're even pushing for Tears of the Kingdom, the remaster, when it came out a couple years ago, it wasn't even a long time ago, guys. It was literally like 2 years ago. The game came out 2 years ago, and it got a remaster. It got an enhanced edition, and they want to put it as Game of the Year. Really? And I wouldn't be surprised if they do, because they did that for the fucking Shadow of the Erdtree. They had the balls to put Shadow of the Erdtree on the fucking running for Game of the Year. I'm still mad that Astro Boy won. I'm still mad. Astro Boy was a PlayStation exclusive. Not everyone could play the game. It wasn't even on PC. How the fuck did it get Game of the Year? Pissed.
Yeah.
I'm just doing it. I'm sorry.
I don't like when exclusive games win these awards for like all of gaming. It's like, yeah, I don't think everybody had a chance to even play that. Like, that's only at best that's maybe 40% of the population. How can not a fan.
Yeah, it's just
Game of the Year is a game that is available on all platforms and that has honestly done something absolutely amazing. Again, Baldur's Gate 3 is the pinnacle of that. It is the best possible reaction that you could have from anything. So,
and everyone's giving such praise to Claire Obscure for a fucking reason. It's because it's an indie game with a lot of heart and a lot of passion for not only turn-based games, but also like arts and the French culture, and its own lore and creativity in itself. Like, and good character development. Oh my god, dude, I've been playing Claire Obscure the last couple of weekends, and it is so good. Like, the first couple hours of the game are just so well done. It just shows like these are people, humans going through in a very dark world. They're trying to survive a very dark world. And it's just, there's so much heart in it. And they also very cleverly deliver a lot of characterization in only a couple of sentences. They did such a great job. So well. Like, AAA studios can only wish that they had as much talent as the studio that made Clair Obscur. Reminds me of the time when The Last of Us Part 2 won Game of the Year. I still want to play The Last of Us 2 and give it the benefit of the doubt, but it absolutely felt off when The Last of Us 2 won that award. Yeah, no one liked that game. Everyone hated it. They actively hated it. It would not, if gamers had real say in the Game Awards, The Last of Us 2 would not have won because it was a strong consensus throughout the whole community that The Last of Us 2 sucks. And from the sole fact that it I don't know, is it still a spoiler if the game came out like 5 years ago? They ended up offing
5 years ago.
Whatever, like years. It came out years ago. They off one of the main characters, and not only the main characters, one of the most favorite main characters of the series. Whatever. Anyways, because they thought that was a good idea. And guess what? God, sorry, I'm just gonna go on another Neil Druckmann rant. But yeah, like Neil Druckmann thought, God, that plot twist was so good. Gamers don't understand. Gamers don't understand writing. And then he's like, I'm gonna make a TV show, and then the people watching TV, they're gonna love the twist, guys, and you'll see gamers. And then the twist happens, and the TV series lost 60% of their audience. So
Yep.
yeah, even wow, Neil Druckmann, you really showed us. Yeah, such a great twist ending. Yeah, even the people who watch your shitty TV show love that twist ending. And a lot of people pointed out that a lot of middle-aged wine-drinking moms were only watching the show because of Pedro Pascal. The moment that you killed off Pedro Pascal, like, you lost most of the fucking middle-aged audience of the wine-drinking moms. And I was like, damn. I mean, you're not wrong. That's kind of sad, though. Like, the only reason you got an audience was because there was, like, horny middle-aged women watching it. Well, I can't really say much. I literally love K-pop demon hunters because I like the hot demon men in that movie. One of my friends was fine with The Last of Us 2. All my other friends were pissed at him. Hi, Reaper, by the way. Hi, Bug. Welcome in. Yeah. Like, to be fair, do you know what's funny? The TV show did make some corrections here and there from the game, but the TV show is kind of objectively worse than The Last of Us 2, the video game. Like, a lot of people said that The Last of Us 2, like, the TV show is so... I'm not saying it's the worst thing, but it is not... It is so bad that The Last of Us Part 2, the video game, actually looks good. That's how bad it is. That's how bad the show is. Like, the show is so bad it makes the most hated game of a generation actually look good. And I was like, damn, that's not... I was like, damn, that's really bad. And then people are like, perhaps I have judged you too harshly. Perhaps I've judged you too harshly. Because they actually, they praised The Last of Us 2 for actually taking dramatic moments and making them actually, like, well done dramatic moments. Does it make sense for the story to go this way? Not really. But when it came to dramatic scenes, they actually made it a dramatic scene. But in The Last of Us, the TV show, is just not as good. Days of Lady Reaver has, without ranting, 0 days. After what we discussed today makes sense. Yeah, it was nothing. All of this was primed for Reaver rants. I'm sorry, guys. I have to rant at least 3 times a month. But yeah, I fucking hate the Game Awards, but it's fun to meme on them. We talked about itch.io's not safe for work content being purged. Like, they didn't even give any warnings. They just purged all the games off. Let's see. Censorship's out of control. They wiped the whole not safe for work. Asmongold's take, we kind of already discussed that. He's pretty much said what we already said. Bloodlines 2, we already went over that. Oh, Fable got delayed. Fable delay rumors from Insider, who is always wrong, according. Oh yeah, that was funny. But yeah, there's rumors that Fable's going to be delayed. Was anyone looking forward to the new Fable game? I'm curious about that. Do you have anything to say about that side? Do you know any tidbits about that?
The new Fable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard that it's been delayed. That's not a shock. Like, we kind of expected that.
They kind of went quiet, so
they went quiet. That seems to indicate that there's been a pretty big delay for one reason or another. I'm sure that it's probably because a lot of people are shitting their britches. I was trying to find another way to say that, but yeah, it's like, after seeing the way that some of the games have failed, it's like, you would be a fool to have that. Like, make the main protagonist, for the love of God. Let us customize our own fucking protagonist, for the love of God. Please stop this whole, no, we have a character that you have to play. Stop. Nobody wants that.
wait, they already had a, wait, what? You couldn't, it's a, what?
I don't know. I don't know if that's the case.
I was gonna lose my mind. I was like,
know.
what? Oh, because
we don't know. It was leaning towards the idea that you had a set protagonist that you were playing, and that you couldn't play anything other than that set protagonist.
I know what. I know what. They're just doing that thing where they're getting rid of player choice, that you can't be evil. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, because they think like Hollywood things right now. It's really, really, really stupid. And like, so yeah, and I don't know. They never came out to, as far as I know, they didn't come out and confirm one way or the other on that particular topic. So it's just a matter of like trying to figure out, like, well, what are they actually doing? What are we actually getting? Where is this headed? On and on and on and on and on and on.
Well, so Lazy Clay Gamer said, do you think the next Fable game being delayed is a game developer issue, Microsoft issue, or a bit of both? If what you say as a hypothetical is true, that they had a preset character already in mind, we all saw who the character was in the trailer, and everyone pointed out how the oh my god, it's that same thing all over again. Are we really gonna bring this up again, guys? It's 2025. They scanned a model's face and they put it on the video game character, but then they made the video character uglier than the human model they based her features off of. They purposely
beat her face in with
they purposely made her ugly, guys.
With a hammer.
They purposely made her ugly. Can we stop doing that? Can we stop purposely making women ugly in games? Can we stop doing that, please? It's legit pissing me off. You misogynistic a-holes. Can you stop doing that? Just say you don't like women. Just say it. Just say it. So, if you actually looked up the model for the game, she is absolutely gorgeous. They purposely made her ugly on purpose, and they're like, why do you care about women's looks so much? Well, guess what? Women care more about women's looks in video games than men do. Surprise, surprise. Women gamers actually like to play hot, sexy women. Ooh. I think what it is it is a development issue in a whole. I think it's both Microsoft and the studio or the devs who made it. I think they had a set idea of what to make the game. From the uglified version of the woman character that we're playing, you can guess what type of vision they had for the game. And then it came to light that a lot of people don't like purposely ugly women in their games. Concord, for example. And they're like, oh, gamers don't like this rhetoric and ideology in their games. And this game is probably riddled with the ideology and stuff that they do not like. Perhaps we should not release it. Because I'm pretty sure it's riddled with it. I'm pretty sure it's riddled with certain ideologies and certain criticisms that a lot of people don't like. Just a thought. Just an inkling. Do these companies know that most women who play video games would want to play with an attractive face rather than the former? No, they want to prove this. They want to. What it is that they want to kick male gamers in the metaphorical I was gonna say something else, but that's not it. Gonads, yeah. I was like, should I say nads? Yeah. Anyways, yeah, they're trying to go after the male gamers. It's the male gamers they're going after. Female gamers don't you know, guys? Female gamers don't exist. Even though they keep pushing for, even though female gamers have been an active part of the community for a while now, for a good couple of years, gamer women don't exist. The male gamers, it's the male gamers who need to be taught a lesson. It's the male gamers who need to avert their eyes. It's because they are such strong male hating women that they just hate men so much. They just ignore the fact that there are women gamers who appreciate a beautiful woman, you know, in games. Like they don't care about that. It's not about the female gamers. It's about proving a point to the males, to the stupid men, because they really do hate men that strongly, guys. There are women out there who just really viscerally hate men, and it's like, Jesus Christ, calm the fuck down. It's not that big of a deal. Look, I like boobs. It's okay. It's okay. I like boobs too. It's fine. I like men like dressing up their hot female characters. I like dressing up hot female characters. Oh my god, we have so much in common, guys. But there's these Karens who viscerally hate that men sexualize, quote unquote, women in games. That they're like, we have to destroy it. We have to destroy the beauty of women because men shouldn't like beautiful women. And that just goes into the psychology of like, they're forcing men to like ugly women because they're ugly, and they're like, I'm gonna be, you know, more appealing in their eyes if I change how they think that what attractive women is. If I say, hey, look, this ugly woman, you should find that attractive because I'm not attractive, and you should find attractive women abhorrent because you know, you guys are like rapists if you like look at a sexy woman who doesn't even exist. Like, it's just this weird like bending over backward logic just to like make themselves feel better. That's what it all is. Like, I keep saying that it's just like women who just complain because they don't have a boyfriend. That's literally what it is. It's literally just Karens who hate the fact that men find certain women attractive, and then they just get all butthurt about it, and they're like, you know what, women, you know what, you're a perv because for sexualizing women. You need to go to jail for looking at a fictional character on the screen made of zeros and ones and pixels. You should go to jail for looking at. There are women who actually think this. You think I'm crazy just mentioning it? There are legit women who think this. Like, they are crazy. They are legit crazy. They think it's great to look at a digital woman on a screen. That's how crazy and unhinged they are. I'm trying to find out how the fuck I got on this subject. But yeah, like there are some there. I was like, wait, what? Anyways, but yeah, we're talking about Fable delay. I think they
beautiful characters in Fable
yeah,
were
non-existent.
like Fable again. Fable is always one of those games that I thought it didn't have beautiful characters because that was part of the inside joke of it, that you're playing a hero that is basically a murder hobo. Like, I mean, when you really think about it, right? Like that's what I always thought the games were about, was like pointing out the hilarity and insanity of the old concept of of the fairy tale of the guy running around doing good deeds, and like Zelda and Link and other, all the characters from all the Bethesda games, where it's like he's just a kleptomaniac crazy person who murders people. Like, that's what's going on here. That's what I always believed the Fable games to be doing, was mocking the idea of the hero. Like, not like you could fight against it, but more than often than not, because again, I remember one of the old commercials was the guy was standing there, and his girlfriend in the story, his wife in the story, in the game, she was in the game, like the characters are in the game, and he's like, and I might be wrong, this might have been like a some kind of like a fan made video or something like that, but
I
I
mean,
thought it was a commercial because it was really long ago. It was like one of I think it was the first Fable or whatever. And he's sitting there. He's like, if I just kill one more person, I get devil wings. That's so cool. I'm gonna look so awesome. And she's like, if you kill one more person, I'm leaving you. It's like, but babe, devil wings. Okay, fine, I promise. And then he kills somebody, and he gets these devil wings. He's like, I look so cool. And she's like, I'm leaving you. And it's like, that I thought that was the point of the game, was to make fun of that kind of stuff, right? Because it's like in friggin' Skyrim, it's like you pick up a mace and Moloch starts talking to you, and he's like, sacrifice someone to me, and you have to pick a companion, somebody who trusts you, not just a random person. You have to pick a companion that you've done some quests for, that they trust you, that they're considered your ally. You take them to this post, you bind them to the pole, you kill them, and then the demon god gives you a weapon. And
wow.
it's like, some people just did it because they're like, I want to do it for the quest. It's like, what do you mean you want to do it for the quest? You just killed the NPC. And they're like, it's just an NPC. I don't care. And to me, I'm just like, I'm horrified by this. I'm like, wait, what? What? Like, what? What? No, this is not cool. I do not like this. But that's what I always thought the game was poking its fun at. So I don't know, but now the obviously the conversation and the themes around these discussions have changed. So I don't know what's gonna happen.
Now, if it was a different time and them like leaning into the uglification of characters and stuff like that, I don't know.
Mhm.
Like, this isn't the same trailer where they scanned an ugly face for the main character, but then the giant that she faces off with is actually relatively handsome, and he's the same. He's like the actor that voices. They accurately portray the actor who voices that character. Like, they just scanned his face into the trailer.
Mhm.
So it's like they're what are they saying? Are they saying that men are more handsome than women? Like, men are more attractive than women? What are they saying with that? What are you saying, guys? What are you saying, guys? But
Right. So, but
but like
and we'll see when it comes out what they're kind of going for. But
I think
yeah, it's a good
I think
question.
look, if they were, like I said, if they were leaning into the uglification as a gag, I would have if this I would have believed that if this was a different time. The fact that they made this game around during the time of a very sensitive political sphere at the time, that believed strongly in a certain ideology more than another, I highly believe that the delay is to totally rewrite the game or take out some content. Um, or they're just going to totally scrap it because it's such a main focus of the game in the first place. I don't know. But that's just my 2 cents. I don't know anything. Hi Korea, welcome in. Damn man, I thought that girl was a little cute. Throw me in the cell. Officer tossed away the key. Honestly, I don't think any of us would be surprised if the next Fable game gets a T rating from the ESRB rather than an M rating. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me either. I remember once they made a game with women that looked like real women. Luckily, I was in the shopping, so I could compare them to lots of women. There were at max 2 women at the same level as the most beautiful of these characters. Both were over 70 and with bad skin even for their age. That's yeah, that's not good. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully the game will be good. We'll have to see. I will never say no to an RPG unless it sucks. Avowed. I heard Avowed really sucks, so I didn't play that RPG. But I'm always open to new RPGs releasing because RPGs aren't that available as I would love them to be. Now, the Directive 8020 or 8020, the Directive 8020 has been delayed. And apparently there were massive layoffs for the development team. I didn't know that. So for those of you who don't know, the Directive 8020 is the new installment to the Dark Pictures anthology, the same development team that made Until Dawn. They made an anthology series of was the Quarry the same developer? There was the Quarry that was pretty popular for a while there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're the same. I have to look it up.
They made a stupid it was such a stupid game. They made a true crime game where it's like a murder mystery, and it was so stupid. As a person who loves murder mysteries, I already knew who the freaking murderer was because they don't know how to set up shit properly, and I already knew who the murderer was. It was a fucking spoiler. I was like, wow, okay. They showed the murderer in the first 2 seconds of the freaking game, dude. They showed the spoilers. They showed the freaking murderer 2 seconds into the game, guys. He had such a distinctive haircut that when you meet the character later on in the game, you knew it's him. Because it was such a distinctive, stupid haircut. It was a fucking bullshit haircut with the side shaved. It looked so dumb. God, I'm so mad. They really sucked at making that game. I already knew who the murderer was, guys. Like, it was just so... I honestly thought that maybe they pull it like it was a red herring. Like, maybe there was, like, a twin or someone who looked similar to him, and he was, like, a scapegoat or something. No, he was the actual murderer. I'm like, oh, wow, okay. God. Anyways, as someone who likes murder mystery, and a murder mystery fan, they didn't set it up right. Anyways, I just wanted to rant about that a little bit. But they're coming out with a new game. It's a little bit different from their usual genre because they go for like mystery stuff, but kind of supernatural in some stories, or they go from like grounded murder mysteries of like serial killers and stuff like that. Well, for this one, they're going a little bit outside of their genre by introducing sci-fi horror. Yay! It's literally Among Us in space, but with better graphics. So, one of the, a evil alien creature has either morphed into or taken over one of the crew's bodies, and you have to figure out who's the real alien and who's not. And, it seemed pretty interesting. I already wishlisted it. I thought it looked pretty interesting. Someone said that they played the game and it wasn't optimized well. that kind of sucks. And they also pointed out that they had this rewind feature. So, like, this is a game that's based on choices. And they issued, I couldn't say issued, they implemented a new feature that if you do not like the choices that you made and the consequences that happened like 2 seconds after the choice you made, you can literally go back and remake a different choice. So if you accidentally get someone killed, you can go back and choose a different choice where they don't die. And a lot of people pointed out that kind of just get rid of the whole point of the consequences of one's actions, especially in video games, and how it affects the story overall and then the ending of the story. Because if you had made different choices, you would have gotten a different ending. I'm not unfamiliar with this type of thing. I play visual novels. Visual novels have the same thing. You literally, you can literally scroll back. You can scroll back on the dialogue and it'll open up the choice screen for you. If you don't like the choice you made, you can like literally go like scroll back a bit in the dialogue and choose a different option. It's not something I'm unfamiliar with. It being in a AAA game, I guess, or is it AA game? Being in a AA game, I don't know. Like it's not a totally weird concept to me. It's like like I said, I play visual novels. Like it's a thing in visual novels, so it's not new to me. I'm like, oh, okay, you can just go backtrack. But they're acting like it's such a revolutionary feature in their game. They're like no one else has done this. No one else has done this before, and it's like, well, actually, you're not fucking new to like this. Isn't new. This isn't a new thing, but okay. By the way, have you heard of the news that both Sony and Microsoft are bringing more of their exclusive games to other platforms? Yeah, we know about that. Yeah, we know.
The console wars is dead.
Yep.
Can we please just move on with our lives, honestly? Who won it? Neither of them, because the whole point of the console war was well, stupid to begin with, yes, but it was ultimately self-defeating. If
it was just a gimmick.
Side won
Let's
by
be
a
honest.
landslide, it was
just a gimmick.
If either side won by a landslide, you wouldn't have you will not have the game. Games would become a nightmare if one of them won outright, like hands down, just and the other one folded. Like you don't want that world. You don't want the world where Microsoft or Sony rolls all of your games.
Let's be honest here, period. Let's be honest here, Seth. PC Master Race has always been the winner. They just watched the two men fight in the background. Like they watched the two consoles fighting in the background while they reclined in their very plush throne.
I don't think mobile only games count either. So I don't think cell phones are a gaming platform. I'm sorry. That's not how.
Thank you for the stretch redeem. Dude, this chair is so comfy. Like my butt don't hurt. I feel totally relaxed reclining in this chair. But I should probably stand up for a second. I'm old. Oof. Ow. My legs hurt. Is mayonnaise a gaming platform? I mean, if you can make a game of it, so I guess so. If you try hard enough, anything is you know what I mean. You know what I mean? If you try hard enough, anything is, get aside, get it, huh? Get it.
It's very funny.
Get it? Because if you try hard enough, anything is a anyways.
I'm trying not to make comments.
He's like, I'm not involved in this. I don't know. It's just going off the rails.
Not to make comments.
But yeah, if you try hard enough, technically anything can be a game. So, I believe in you guys. You can make a game out of mayonnaise. You can make a game out of mayonnaise, guys. Uh,
Just freeze it in some kind of a mold, and then yeah.
throw it at
Never mind.
someone. I'm just kidding. I don't condone violence. It was just a joke. Legally, I'm required to say that. Anyways. Boo! I'm a little bat. I hope you're happy. I miss Bat Reaver, so, you know, fair enough. I like Bat Reaver too. With the exception of Nintendo, the whole console wars are slowly dying as time goes on. Yeah. Yeah. God, Nintendo. I can't. Ooh, they piss me off, bro. Oh. Robusto says, doesn't visual novels use save loading most of the time? I mean, yeah. I mean, technically you can do. I mean, that's for any game. Like, there's only certain games where in certain scenarios you can't save or load anything, but most games actually let you save and load during certain times. Like, I don't know. It's not really like a... It's not really a foreign thing. I don't know. It just makes... I thought it was just weird that implementing what is it? A rewind button, they're acting like it was such a revolutionary thing when it really isn't. Bat Reaver has returned. Hey, what happened to Lady Reaver? Oh well. She got sick and she had to go to the hospital. I'm taking over now. I am the captain now. It's just like I know you asked that question, Robu, but it's like saying like, oh, we got guys, we developed a revolutionary feature, the save and load system, and then everybody clapped. Like that's not a revolutionary thing. Like you can rewind stuff and you can load previous saves from games. Like it's not a foreign concept. I just thought it was just a weird thing that they were like selling their game as. But it turns out that there's going to be layoffs for Directive 8020. And yeah, there's a delay. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. It depends on how. Are you a big fan of the Until Dawn series? Are you a big fan of the Dark Anthology series? It seems they have a pretty much cookie cutter formula for their games, so if you like played one game, you kind of played them all. It feels like they very rarely come up with multiple endings for their games. It seems very streamlined, railroady, as one would say, when it comes to like RPGs and stuff. Like, railroading means that like your choices don't really matter and the ending is whatever the author or the developer wants the ending to be. So they like to say that your choices matter, but in actuality they don't. Like the ending's going to be the ending no matter what you choose. And personally, yeah, I think they as someone who's like a fan of the anthology series, I think they kind of don't put as much effort into making the games as they could. Like I said, I think it's just very cookie cutter. And like some choices are good, some choices are bad, but ultimately there's not really that much of a change when it comes to the story. And yeah, which is very frustrating. I feel like if they actually, because it seems like they have a model to like push out new games every couple of years or so. And I think that really hinders the artistic and writing aspect of the games. Like you can tell when a lot of people put a lot of effort into making an interesting game. That's why Until Dawn was like a big staple for the studio, is because they put a lot of effort into like different choices and different endings for each character that you play as. Like every choice does matter. Some people, all the characters can end up dead, or they can end up surviving, or only some survive and others don't. Like they had a good mix of like some of the choices in Until Dawn, and that's why Until Dawn was heralded for its choices for a while. Like, it was popular for a while and it still kind of is. And it was a little revolutionary because there was like a voting system. Like, you can do a co-op voting system, and like you can play the game with like 5 people, and you guys can like link your phones to the game, and then you guys can vote on what choices to do to play the game. Like, you make choices to continue down the path, or you choose the choice to go back into the cabin. And each choice, like, you know, it can either affect the character living or dying. Like, I thought that was really cool. Wait, was that Until Dawn, or was that stupid detective game? I think it may have been this stupid detective. It could have been both games. I don't know. But yeah, like, it was I think they were doing a good job with that aspect, and like doing like getting audience participation in choosing choices. But like I said, I feel like they kind of like gave up a little bit on making, I don't know, I feel like they could have done more with making very interesting stories and doing like what is it? I feel like they could have done better with writing certain characters, writing stories. I feel like we could have had more. There was this one story, I forgot what it was called, but basically it was about like a squad of soldiers going into like a cave, and there's like a creature in the cave. And I feel like they could have done more with the writing, in my opinion. I feel like I sometimes I get this feeling that they didn't put a lot of effort in the writing, and that's what I get from these games. I feel like they just didn't. There could have been more. I could have had more. We could have had more. Like, more choices, more character development. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's just something missing from these games that could have been like something that would really put them as one of the main, I wouldn't say RPGs, but one of the main developers when it comes to story and choice. I feel like
Right.
I feel like something's keeping them from actually getting to that point. There's like something missing. I don't know. It's like they don't want to go too far. Maybe that's it. Like, they don't want to go too visceral with some of the content. I don't know. Like, there's just something they don't want to bog down the story with too much character development. I don't know. There's something that's holding them back, and I can feel it. Like, there's like something missing, and it just bothers me because they do have interesting concepts. They have interesting characters. It's just something's holding them back, and I don't like it. That brings an interesting question. Now that console wars are slowly dying, what is the point of buying home game consoles nowadays? Physical copies. Everything's so digital now, technically, or the gaming studios are trying to convince you that you don't own anything. I think it's very prevalent now that because okay, we talked about this earlier. I don't know if you were here for this, Lazy Clay Gamer, but I advocated for the government to push that if there is a digital version of the game, there has to be a physical copy of the game as well. A physical copy has to be available for the digital version of the game. And yeah, I think it's very important that consoles should still be around, because like I said, I want physical games to be available to play. Like, PC, Xbox, PlayStation, I think there still needs to be a staple for them to be around because we need physical games. Physical games need to come back. I'm getting sick and, like I already said this, I'm sick and tired of people hemming and hawing trying to figure out a solution to stop killing games. The solution is simple. Go back to making physicals. That's it. That's literally it. That is such a simple fucking solution. Just go back to making physicals. That's it. But I don't know anything. I'm just a bat on the internet. Anyways, but yeah, Directive 8020 is delayed, which kind of sucks because I was kind of looking forward to it, but I don't know. I don't know if it'll be a good game. I just hope it'll be. Voodoo Gaming, hi, you're adorable and very pretty. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I try. I brush out my fur every day.
And she doesn't have lice. She no lice.
I don't
Clean.
have lice, and I may take medicine so I don't spread diseases. You know, and I make sure that I'm always clean.
Doesn't
You
doesn't
know.
doesn't have the COVID. Just because apparently that was a thing. Like a bat, and then the plant pangolin, and Randy Marsh, and yeah, it was nuts.
Oh
But
yeah,
not anything you have to worry about. You
yeah,
don't have to worry about it. No.
exactly, exactly. Apparently, Collective Shout is fine with the movie Cuties, but not Steam games. Wow,
Which is
okay.
disgusting on so many levels. That
Wow,
movie was a
okay.
disgrace. It didn't solve or attempt. It didn't even attempt to solve anything. It just was like complaining about it, and then everything was magically okay. And it's just like, no, there are real problems here that need to be addressed. Like, holy crap! If I get
So,
started on this, I'm gonna rant for an hour straight. We don't have that.
yeah,
That's not.
I'll try to be as YouTube friendly as I can to describe what Cuties is. Okay, so Cuties is a movie about these young girls. They're like 8 or 10. They're 13, 12, 13. I don't know. I can't really tell ages that well. They're like young kids, all right? And they they want to be dancers. But unfortunately, they're not very traditional dancers. No, they're modern dancers. And if you know what modern dancing is nowadays, you can kind of guess what that means and why a lot of people didn't like the movie Cuties, because that's just inappropriate. And what is it? The director said she made the movie to highlight like, I guess, the like she's trying to highlight the way that the younger generation, I'm trying to remember, because this happened years ago, guys. This happened years ago. I'm trying to remember what
Yeah,
she said
this
in the
is a
back,
long time ago.
in the at the backlash. But she said that she was trying to show how the younger generation like absorbs like trends, you know, when it comes to like dance, like what's popular and stuff. But the way that they shot the film made it very inappropriate. And she was also saying that she wanted to point out how like adults take advantage of like young people. And I was like, I would believe you if the shots weren't made in a certain way that made it very inappropriate and made people very uncomfortable. Now there's a way, as we were talking about this earlier, about like what to show and what to not to show and what should be banned and what should not to be banned. The way that the movie was shot was so inappropriate that people honestly thought they were visualizing the mirrors. And it's like, what the freak is this? Like, what the hell? How did this get on Netflix? Like, it was so inappropriate, and people were distinctly disturbed because they were visualizing mirrors, and it was very bad. And it's like, what the hell? And people wanted it removed because it was technically CP, and they were like, get rid of it. What the hell? But like I said, like weird people were advocating that it was like, it's not, we're not doing anything bad. It only looks that way because you guys are weirdos. And it's like, no, the way you shot it made it look very inappropriate. Like that's the way you made the movie, bro. Like that was like what you were giving off, and that was weird. But people just ignored it, and then it just kind of fell off the wayside. But people still bring up Cuties here, brings up Cuties every now and then, and I think it might still be on Netflix. I don't think it ever got rightly removed. But every time I hear the name of that movie from Netflix, my ears bleed so much. Yeah. Like it was just so it was so weird. Like the way that they were, look, it they said one thing, but the way that it was portrayed screams another thing totally different. And it's like, whoa, like yeah. The people had a problem with it for a reason. And now you have this advocacy group that says they support cuties being available for people to watch, but not other things. Okay, the hypocrisy is showing here. We already mentioned that MasterCard and Visa also support CP on the OF. But yeah, this seems to line up. This seems to line up uh about what type of people they are. Um. Oh yeah. Uh. Hogue Law. I don't know how you pronounce that. Hogue Law. He did an interesting video. He said that in order to battle censorship, from the payment processors, that Steam should not give in to their demands. He said that Steam should not give in to their demands, because technically what they're asking for is illegal. Like, they literally cannot do this. And ooh, a lawyer said they can't do something because it's illegal. It's almost like I know what our rights are and what they're doing is illegal. Who could have foreseen that I was right? Ooh. But yeah, a lawyer said that that Steam shouldn't give in to their demands and that they should just set up their own payment method without using MasterCard or Visa. And I was like, hey, that's pretty interesting because Steam is a multi-billion-dollar company in its own right. So technically they could if they wanted to. And I think that would be something very interesting for them to do. Do you think they'd be able to do it? I think so. What do you think, Sai?
Maybe. Like, hope so.
Yeah, but I don't know. He came, like, a lot of people were pointing out that that Steam caved pretty easily when it came to the censorship.
They didn't have time. Mastercard and Visa both cut them off at the exact same time, and then waited for them to call, going, "Hey, what's up?" And they're like, "You have these games on. Either delete them right now and set a new, a new rule on your thing, or you won't make any more money starting right now. We will ban you. We will ban anybody who does any payment processing for you. We've had 1,000 people emailing us. That's clearly every person in the entire world. So therefore, we have to listen to them." They didn't have a chance. They didn't have the ability to even like formulate. They couldn't even get a lawyer on the call in time to see if
Wow.
this was legal. So 100%. You think Gabe's happy about this? This got sprung on him at the last second? I bet he's fuming. I bet he's very upset, and he's probably going, "All right, we're going to find a solution for this, and we are eventually going to steamroll these people."
Yep.
Uh, if anything teaches me anything about Gabe, he is not taking this laying down.
I'm pretty
He's
sure.
angry, he's annoyed, and I've already checked. They're already coming up with interesting ways of skirting these rules.
Mm.
So
Oh.
so so I was because I was looking at stuff today earlier, and I was looking at some stuff and on the Steam, and yeah, I wouldn't say Steam is done and down and out. I would say they are definitely making some plans here, and not to believe everything that, like, I honestly think that there's going to be, oh, okay, Wu Chang just downgraded from yeah, it just downgraded to mostly negative. Oof.
Oh, damn. I mean, that was bound to
Oof,
happen.
yeah, that's not fun. Oh dear, that's too bad. So yeah, that's a thing.
Uh,
But no, I don't think Steam had an option in this. I don't think they had the ability um, to react. I think they literally were, basically railroaded. And I don't think they're happy about this. I wouldn't be if I was in their shoes. I would be fuming. I'd be
yeah.
like, you guys, as soon as we can find a way to make your life a living hell, we're definitely going to do that. And the best thing that could possibly happen is that it gets enshrined into law that payment processors cannot, because this is a big one, cannot cannot pick and choose what they process payments for.
Yep.
That it's a legal requirement by every country that they're in that they don't give a WTS unless it's illegal, unless you're buying, unless you're buying some little baby crack, the tiny little baby crack in the ball, and did the babies they chase after the ball? That's a South Park reference. That unless it's illegal, like I still want there to be a legal department. Obviously, if somebody's selling something highly illegal, I want them to be shut down for that, but I want the police to handle that.
Yeah.
I don't want payment processor to suddenly decide, you know what, we're not going to let you buy this thing. It's like, is my money, what the WTF? No. Like, and it's not just buying something on credit. It's like paying for something from your bank account, in some cases paying from stuff via your via some, like, some people have their have payment processing set up via their like bitcoins and stuff like that, like e-currency, and that is included. So it's not that there's just a solution just sitting here. It's like, no, there's no solution here for these people, and I don't ever want these people to ever decide that, oh, it's okay for us to buy this, or and this isn't okay for you to buy this. We're going to make the unilateral decision, because at some point they're going to say, oh, you want to give money to this political party or this political cause? No, we decided that you're not allowed to do that. But that means there'll only be one person I can send money to. It's like, yeah, there's only one person that you can send money to. We're not allowing you to spend money on anything that we disagree with, that we don't want you to spend money on. It's like that is a fastest track to
getting sued.
A very nightmarish scenario.
Oh.
A very nightmarish scenario that I no, because I mean if you think about it, it's like if you let them get away with this, eventually they take you to court, right?
Yeah.
And somebody sues them, and then you win, and they're like, well, we would pay you the money that we owe you, but since we processed that, we're just not going to pay you. And you're like, I'll sue you again. And they're like, okay, who are you going to get to transfer the money to you? Because we're not allowing you to we're not allowing to transfer. It's control over banking. And it's like, again, this is nightmarish. It gets so bad so fast. Like, you have no idea. This is we do not want to go this route. No, siree. No, going this direction. No, we're not going this direction. Yeah, because it would be so bad. It would be so bad.
Yeah, it's very, very anti-consumer. And when you were explaining that, like, Gabe would not like this, that tracks, because he's so pro-consumer that, it makes sense that he would be mad about this. And I'm pretty sure he's talking to his lawyers about how to nail MasterCard and Visa for this transgression, because I don't doubt that. I don't believe that Steam would delete the games. I feel like they would probably make copies of the games and just remove them, and then deal with whatever legality they have to deal with. And then once they win, because of course they'll win, they'll upload the games back up. Like, I don't doubt. I think they're just removing it, but they're not totally deleting the games, because that'd be fucked up. itch.io, I honestly don't know if they deleted the games. I don't know if they made a backup of the games before removing them, but it just scared me senseless when I heard that they removed everything. And I was like, oh my god, I really hope they didn't delete anything. I really hope they made backups and just removed it from the site. But we'll see, because they'd have to know that this is not something people will just take laying down. I would assume these platforms would know that this is not right. So I don't think they told. I'm really hoping they didn't delete, at least with itch.io. But I think they just made copies of the games, or they made backups as quickly as possible and then removed or deleted, quote unquote, the games from their. Oh shit, sorry, I hit the mic. From the platform. I think they just removed it. I don't think they deleted it. If they just deleted it, that shit's fucked up. But Gabe is like really pro consumer, is really very pro dev, like indie devs and stuff. Like I think they wouldn't go that far. Far more powerful organizations tried, but MasterCard and Visa forked them hard before they even could get a toe into the water. Oof. Well, now they're gonna freaking make it. What is it? Them showing their hand that they're a monopoly is going to really fuck up their business, because then that's going to encourage competition. So people are like, oh, MasterCard and Visa are trying to go after what you can or cannot buy. Well, I'm going to look for an alternative. And there's going to be alternatives. They'll be like, hello, customers. We do not care what you use your banking for. If you sign up with us, you can like, and then they get business. Like, this is not what you want to do. They really shot themselves in the foot with this move. Like, they really did. Because it just showed that they have too much power, that they're too greedy. And, it's just going to make competition more alluring. They're gonna piss off a lot of people. Competition have tried, but they got shut down. No bank will agree if they tell them no. Then you make your own bank. Then you make your own system. Then you make your own cards. Like, it's a free market. That hasn't gone away.
Not when it comes to banks. So 20 years ago, there used to be like over 100 banks in the United States. Then like 10 years ago, they were down to like 20. And last year they were down to like 3, I think. Or 4. 4, and there was a merger going to turn it into 3. Like, people don't understand. There has been a conglomeration and a mass like takeover of the banking system and of all the financial systems by absolute genocidal freaks. And they are preparing. This is just the first, like, I think ultimately this is a good thing, because this like is going to wake people up to the fact that, yeah, turns out the banking system in most of the first world is being taken over by like psychopaths.
I mean, there was already signs with PayPal.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a big one though. Like PayPal,
I mean,
yeah, there was that, but that never got the level of like that scrutiny. Never had the wake up call.
Yeah.
That people needed of like dude, people are getting their incomes destroyed by a psychopath who's not even quoting realistic information.
Yeah, they're like, just making shit up.
This is extremely dangerous. People are like, what's dangerous about it? We're just getting the crazies off it. It's like, you don't understand. Like,
it doesn't
how do you
stop.
Not understand?
It doesn't stop at crazies.
It stops with, when it stops? You're going to go to the grocery store one day. You're going to swipe your card, and it's going to go, no funds, or like account deactivated or something like that. And you're going to go, well, that's weird. And then you're going to call the bank, and the bank is going to say, oh, sorry, you supported this thing that we didn't like, or you didn't like. Worst case scenario is going to be, you didn't support, you didn't put up your hashtag whatever current day thing was trending, so you've been labeled as a party, as somebody outside the party. And you're like, what party? Oh, well, it's this new political party. We're taking over everything. We own all the banks. We own all the
the MasterCard party.
All this stuff. We're the master party. You're now our slave. So either bend the knee, or you will not be able to use any service anywhere. and you'll not be able to do anything about it. And if you try and steal food to survive, cops will show up and shoot you.
I
And you're
mean,
like, what? What the like? And I mean, imagine that terror. Imagine being plopped into anywhere in New York City, and you're told you don't have the right to buy travel. You're banned from crossing bridges.
you can't
And oh
buy
yeah, you
food.
can't buy your food. You can't buy food or water. And if you make any kind of a disruption, you'll be taken to a facility where you'll be locked into a room. They'll close the door, and then they'll open it 2 months later when your body starts to stink up.
Oof.
Imagine that scenario. Now, some people are like, "That's insane. Why is this?" That's what they're. You think people I always laugh at this. You think people didn't look at Thanos snapping and removing half of the population and were like, gee, I wish I could do that. If I could do that, that would make the world perfect. You don't think that that happened in, like, I mean, any of the USSR, China,
Yep.
during Mao's little leap forward thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even recently, there has been some horrifying things coming out about certain countries in this world that shall not be named. Um, these are really dark things, and yes, if you think that this is like, oh yeah, we're a ways away from this, it's like, no, we're not a ways away from this. We are so close to this as a reality. It's terrifying.
Yep. I mean, look at the UK. They're descending into chaos very quickly. Uh,
Well, the scariest thing is that there are full on not riots, but like major protests going on right now, and there's not a single that not a single. There are almost no one is talking about it. Almost no one is showcasing it. Almost nobody is doing anything about it, and this is
yeah.
horrifying.
Yep. And yeah, like it doesn't end at video games, anime and manga. It doesn't end there, guys. It never does. It never does. Like, we're not being hyperbolic. We're being serious. It never stops at just entertainment. They move the goalposts even more. Like I keep saying, they're gonna move it into they're gonna move it into TV and animation. They're gonna move it into music. They're gonna move it into what is it? Housing markets. They're gonna move it into, like, they're gonna start pushing the goalposts until they have gained control over many people. Obviously, this is totally freaking crazy, and this is totally highly illegal. I really hope they get sued out the ass for this, because this is just ridiculous. It is very scary how much power they have. It is very scary. This is why this is so important. They have dangerously too much power. Dangerously too much power. This is why them coming after games and anime and manga, this is just ridiculous that they're even trying at all. But the fact that they think they can do this is just insanity. It just goes to show how much their ego is. Like, they have just fat booty egos, all right? They think that they're better than us. They think that they can start small by going after the nerds, and then they're going to start going after the major entertainment industry, and then they're going to start going after political parties, and then they're going to start going after other stuff. Speaking of censorship, though, apparently, so have you guys recently heard of the Internet Safety Act of the UK? Basically, in order to be on the internet, or at least have access to the not safe for work adult content on the internet, you actually have to put your your birth name and address, and you have to take a IRL photo of your face for identification that you are a real person, and you have to submit that highly sensitive information in order to have access to adult content on the internet. And this is happening in the UK. Well, recently it was shown to me that they're going to do a Kids Internet Safety Act for the US. Um, the US also has one Kids Online Safety Act, it's called. It's only being introduced, but still. Yeah, so I talk about this on my server a lot, but there's this one sidekick I listen to because most of the time he's right, and he already made a prediction that there was going to be mass internet a mass ending of internet anonymity. So yeah, he already predicted that what is it? Being online, you can no longer hide behind fake names and username or user pics and stuff like that, anime pics and stuff. You can no longer hide behind that. He already predicted that soon we'll have to show our name and show our address and show our identification and show our legal name on the internet in order to have access to the internet. And it's kind of a thing that's like, what is it? I kind of see it.
I don't think this will ever happen, and you know why?
Hmm. I mean, it'd be interesting
So
if it doesn't
here's
happen.
here's an interesting thing. So somebody a long time ago who was currently kind of going a little off, they're going a little off the they're going a little crazy. They're going a little crazy. Um, but they wanted to do this thing where they had like found a way to basically like track everybody on the internet everywhere. And anytime anybody did something violent or threatened somebody or made some abusive comment or something like that, anytime that happened ever, this uh, they would be the information on who it was would be tracked and it would be given to authorities. And do you want to know who the biggest opponents of this were?
No.
The biggest opponents of this thing, which seems like a very logical, very like smart thing to do. Like it seems like there's nothing wrong with this, right? It seems like it's like, well, what's wrong with this? This doesn't seem to be a problem. The biggest opponents to it were the people who have often made the most complaints about being targeted by harassment.
What?
And if yeah, if you're smart, what that means and what you realize is that, oh, so basically the people who were making the most complaints about this, about being, attacked and maligned and stuff like that, there's a good chance that they make a profit off of that. And there's a very good chance that the majority of the hate that they get is probably essentially from themselves, because that's how the system works. And I know that sounds like really conspiratorial, kind of crazy stuff, but do you really think that if somebody had figured out that if they send themselves a thousand death threats, that they
Uh,
couldn't and they could use that to gain um, momentum, and they could use that to become very very rich and popular and all that kind of stuff, that they wouldn't? I know a thousand. I don't know these people because I don't like these people, but I know of a thousand people who would jump on that. And it's funny because when you look at certain people who have received a lot of hate, who have received a lot of anger because they said something online, a lot of them suddenly got all this hate, then said, look at all the hate I'm getting. And then when they were told, hey, we have a way of tracking these people, you can sue all these people, they panicked and said, no, don't, no, 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 no. I refuse to let you look into who these people are sending me death threats. I wonder why that happened. It's really bizarre, but just food for thought. I know
I
it's like super conspiratorial time, like good lord.
mean, you're not wrong. There are
Um,
people who exist like that.
yeah, would
But
jump on it, right?
But yeah, the fact that they're labeling it the kids online safety act is they're obviously trying to push an agenda with this, that they're trying to protect children and stuff like that. And I don't know, someone said that when you try to protect people from something, it makes them less knowledgeable on how to protect themselves from something. Does that make sense? Like, uh, there was a, god damn it, I'm trying to remember. This happened years ago. There was like an like something about like content warning about PDF files and people wanting that content to be removed because it's like offensive in some way or it's inappropriate or something like that, but it's like it's supposed to warn kids about the dangers of PDF files. But there was so much like pushback to remove the content that people like actually like were thinking. This made people think. They were like, okay, so you want to get rid of content warning kids about PDF files. Isn't that a bad thing? Because
Yeah,
just because
yeah,
it's in a, it's like, of course it's dangerous. It is dangerous. Just like what is it, true crime, learning about true crime, you're learning about the dangers of certain people in the world. I didn't want to get too graphic with my depictions by saying the M word, but like true crime is all about, you know, the dangers of reality and stuff, but purposely shielding kids from like content warning them about predators and stuff, that's so weird. That was just so, that was like, it's like, oh, so you're protecting PDF files, and they're like, no, we're not protecting PDF files, but we don't want to traumatize children and stuff like that. It's like, well, you're gonna traumatize them if they don't know what it looks like. They don't know how to counteract it if someone like speaks to them this way. Like, that's the whole point, is to learn so that you don't do that, so you don't fall into certain traps. Like, that's the whole point, is to educate people. But the moment you take away that education, you're more likely to end up in that situation. And that's what's frustrating about this. Like, yeah, you say you're protecting children, but you're doing more harm than good. And that's what's so frustrating about this. Do I want kids exposed to this stuff? No, of course not. Do I think kids should kids be on the internet? Actually, no. Like, there's some content on the internet that I don't think kids should be allowed to have access to. But that's the whole point of like that being the responsibility of the parents. The parents need to have more what is it? Need to have more of an eye on their kids, on what content they watch and what content they expose themselves to. For example, for an IRL example, my nephew it got he watched this one specific YouTube show, and ever since he watched that YouTube show, like he was like the sweetest little baby boy. Like, he is just so sweet. But then the moment after he started watching that TV show, he started becoming disruptive. He started like being like a little more aggressive, like throwing things around and stuff. And I was like, what the heck happened? It's because he was just what he was like copying the stuff that he watched on the TV. Like, he was just doing what the kids were doing in the TV. And I was like,
you
oh,
gotta screen everything
yeah,
that the kids touch. Like,
yeah,
kids touch something, you have got to like get it. Yeah, you got to get it under control.
yeah.
Like, absolutely ASAP.
That's why this stuff is so important. Like, you monitoring, you can restrict kid access to certain things. You can do that, and you need to have an eye on your kids. I wouldn't say all the time, but most of the time. You know, like, there's some things you don't have to always watch them for, but you need to be wary, and you need to educate them on what is okay and what is not okay. This is like obviously, like, there are not good parents out there. I understand that, but I think it's like, if one person can't educate the kids about it, someone else needs to. Do you know what I mean? Like, it takes a village sometimes, all right? If there has to be some type of, I don't know, maybe a community thing where like we have to, like, there already is, like, I think in some cases some schools, at least back in my day, some schools were going around where like, you know, online safety and stuff like that, seminars, and like don't do drugs kids, like those kind of seminars and stuff like that, at our schools. So it's like, and plus they also had it in like health education. They told you like the aftermath effects of taking substances and stuff, and that scared me. That scared me. I was like, I'm never doing that. That's not, I'm never gonna do that, because they go over like the very harmful lasting effects of these substances. And yeah, it's like, yeah, and then online safety, that also scared the bejesus out of me. I was like, oh, that's scary. I don't want to end up in that situation, and you know, stuff like that. But that's why this education part of it is very important, because kids need to know, kids need to be aware. And yeah, like, also, you know, parents also need to be involved too. Parents need to educate their kids as well. Parents need to keep an eye on their kids and not just hand them a freaking phone and iPad and then tell them to be on their way. Like, kids are smart. They'll figure out how to get past things and look at stuff they're not allowed to. And because they freaking do that all the time. That's why you have to always be aware of what they're watching and what they're looking at and who they're texting and who like they're not texting. And you'd be like, I thought you guys were friends, and this is whatever. Anyways, I'm getting too deep into that. But yeah, like, it's just, I think, I don't know, this is a slippery slope. I don't know if I'm going to be, I think some things shouldn't be access to kids, but I'm worried that they're going to adopt the same oversight that the UK is currently distributing right now, and I don't want that for my country, if that makes sense. Things are crazy in the UK right now, and I don't want things to be crazy in the US. I mean, things are already crazy. We don't need more crazy, all right? That's what I'm saying. But yeah, it's like we're trying to put out two fires, but like 10 more fires pop up, and it's just a lot. But yeah. Do you have anything to say about internet censorship in general, Saib?
It's generally quite bad, and the thing that I think the thing that EU and Britain and America, I think the bet if you want to protect children online, ban children from accessing almost every single site. Period. And parents really need to like get on that. There's no reason for a child to have a Facebook page, to have a Instagram page, before they're 18. I honestly think that the world would be a lot better if children could log on to the internet and to play games, and that is about it.
I
You know,
mean, yeah.
like, really, I don't think they should, like, I don't think you should set your kid in front of YouTube. Like, I really don't think you should set your kid in front of YouTube and just autoplay stuff. Like, that's created a bunch of problems twice, three times now, three times in a row. So if YouTube and Google can't fix that problem, then putting your kid in front of it is not a good thing. This is an anecdote that's been talked about a lot. That's been shared a lot. That's been people have talked about it a lot, and that is the fact that, did you know that all of the big business owners who own Google, Facebook, Zuckerberg, like all these big people, you know how much you know how much time their kids get on Facebook, Instagram, all the TikToks, all those apps? They get zero. Do you know how many accounts they have on these websites? Zero. Do you know how many uh like they have smartphones, but their smartphones don't have like a whole bunch of the apps. I've seen one of these rich people's cell phones. It doesn't have the loadout that normally comes. It's got a completely different loadout. The loadout is like contacts, a couple of different apps, and that's it. No, you're saying, why? If these guys are doing this for their kids, there's a really good chance they're doing it for a good reason.
Mm.
So I don't think kids should Especially girls. Girls absolutely not should not have any ability to post pictures of themselves online until they're 18. Period. Like
Fair enough.
they need there's a lot going on in their heads, and the last thing they need is a bunch of people criticizing them, picking on them, bullying them, gassing them up, becoming their sycophants, telling them that they can do anything, that trying to set up meets with them, that kind of stuff. It's like all of that, bad idea, just extraordinarily a bad idea. I don't
I don't
think that's
know.
healthy
I'm
at
just
all.
I mean, I would love to be on the ban kids and on from the internet till they're 18. I'd totally be on that train, but whenever I don't know, I feel like there might be unforeseen consequences for that. I don't know, like the development of a child and stuff like that. I don't know. We'll see. If it comes out for the greater good, I'm all for that. Like I would love kids to be safe, of course, and like children shouldn't be talking to adults at all and stuff like that. I'm totally for that. I don't know, I'm just a little, I don't know, like I feel like there's always something bad that happens when we try to do something like this. I don't know. Hello Reese's Pieces. Watching this bat speak facts will always make me happy with them lights that make me think of 12. Oh my. But yeah, like it's a I don't know. I think this might have unforeseen consequences, but that is just me. I don't know. I don't know if the internet. I don't know. Kids have been okay without the internet for many generations, so I guess banning kids from the internet would would be better. I don't know. It might change our society in a weird way though. Like it'll be like a coming of age ceremony to have access to the internet
Yeah, it's
for the
like
first
here's the
time.
internet. Like you're gonna have a class that's gonna teach you like how to spot crazy people trying to slide into your DMs. Like by that time they've already established their friend groups, and they're learning, they know how to communicate outside of apps with their friend groups. They know how to like pick up a phone and call somebody. It's like, yeah, I think that's probably a good start. Um, I think they should be able to like have the ability to like search for information online. Like that there's a level to that is acceptable, obviously, but you don't want them to just get on like there's no reason for you to be on Facebook. Like there's just zero
Or
reason for you to be
Instagram.
on
Or Instagram.
Instagram,
No.
TikTok. Like there's no reason to be on TikTok at all. I love those people. You're gonna ban Instagram? You ban Instagram? Okay, I'm just gonna go to the site. I'm just gonna give my private information to the Chinese government. I'm
Uh,
just gonna give it to them. Here you go. Now they have it. What are you gonna do, old people? What are you gonna do, old people? It's like, oh look, the trucks are here. Oh, they're loading me into the trucks. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? They're driving me away to a slave camp. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna like? There was a
Jesus.
skit that I saw. I saw somebody do a skit on YouTube. That was so funny. It's like it's like, yes, these are evil things. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I mean, like I said, I would love to protect kids, but we don't know what this will do later on. Like, I don't know if kids will find some type or create some type. Well, I can't say kids, but someone's gonna make an app to like circumvent all the security and kids have access to it. I don't know. Like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. People always come up with some what is it? Was it humans are very ingenuitive. They come up with a lot of creative ways to get around certain procedures and stuff.
Yeah. But it's like if everybody was banned, if all children were banned from like most of the social media stuff. That's the big one, because that's the most destructive. Like again, I think that there's lots of ways for kids to message their grandparents or their family members or stuff like that. That's fine, but again, you don't need to have a girl to have an Instagram like story page or whatever it's called. It's
Yeah.
like, that's just like at 14, like no. It again, if the mom is really proud of her daughter, she can post that on her stuff. But there's no reason for a girl to be to have these pages because it's like do you know what the highest rate for OnlyFans get it for OnlyFans do you know what the 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 age of the person signing up to start their initial page? Do you know what the most common birth date like how old exactly they are, like what is their exact age, what is the most common person age bracket for somebody who's joining that website and who's creating an account on that website to start uploading content? Do you know what that age is? What's the most common one out of all of the different ages that somebody could be? What is the most common one?
I want to say 18, but something tells me it's
The
not
day of their
18.
birthday. The
Okay.
day of their 18th birthday.
Okay, thank
That
God.
is
I was
the
I was a little
most
scared.
common. That is the most common day for girls to set up their OF pages.
Wait, how do you guys
Like
know this? How do you
that
know that, Toon Magic? How do you know that, LKL Doc? Huh? Huh? How do you know
that
that? Hmm?
does not that does not happen by a girl just going, "Oh, what does this app do? I am so curious. I have never heard of this before." No, this is people gassing them up for the last like 3 years of their life, going, "Oh, baby girl, you gotta start an OF page. I can't wait till you start an OF page. You'll make millions of dollars. You're so beautiful." It's like it's people doing that. It's them being on Instagram, getting all those likes and all those that stuff, and just getting the constant bombardment that that's the thing to do to get success. That is like socially acceptable. It's like I don't have anything against anybody who makes a lot of money on OnlyFans. It's actually kind of weird. Like I listen to these people who talk about it um, on these podcasts. The one really big famous podcast where they get all the girls on and they say dumb things, and then the guy says things to make the girls look bad, and then everybody claps like sea otters for their respective sides, and it's
Ugh.
just it's
It's
a
women
gong show.
empowerment, guys. We're using
It's
male validation for women empowerment.
Well, in this case, it's weird because this particular thing is like it's all negative. Like the guys are like, "Y'all hoes, and you got no value anymore because you don't value yourself." But we still all secretly sign up to your pages.
Uh,
It's so great. It's so weird.
Dude, I hear so
Um,
many gross stories of like people they know. It's like, ew.
yeah, exactly.
Ugh.
So there are two extremes to this, and the one that I heard the other day is like it's like the guy the one clip that came across my feed. I'm sorry, we're really getting into politics and stuff. So the one girl says,
It's about
she
internet
goes, I
safety,
don't.
guys. Internet safety. Anyways,
So she goes, I don't think God would be angry with me for like I'm an she was an atheist or an agnostic, but she's like even if I did believe in God, I don't think he'd be like angry at me for starting an OnlyFans page. And
I mean,
and
he
then
wouldn't. I mean, fair enough.
then
But it's just like
then
he'd be
then the
sad.
guy
He'd be sad though.
but then the but then the guy shot back. The guy shot back and he's like, yeah, but the devil would be happy about it.
I
He
mean,
he
yeah.
would only be happy if you did. And it's like no, no. What kind of stupidity is this? That when so
I mean,
it
I mean,
here's
okay.
here's the
So,
logic on it because I gotta explain this.
I
The
mean,
logic is
technically,
this.
I mean, I'm just
The
saying
devil
technically they're both not wrong. They're technically
the
both not
devil
wrong. It's just one's trying to prove each other right by going from
yeah, well,
one side to the other.
they're
But
both they're both trying to prove each other wrong. That's
yeah.
that's the state of this particular podcast. But the where they get this where the dude got this really wrong is like is that the devil will of course use piety to his advantage. Like did he never read Scarlet Letter? Scarlet Letter, the novel Scarlet Letter, and the movie that came after, is this girl who gets seduced or essentially forced. It's a really bad power dynamic thing from the minister in the town who sleeps with her. She gets pregnant, and then because she's not married, the town treat her like garbage. They pin a scarlet letter on her, a scarlet A, to say that she's an adulterer because she had, sandwich making out of wedlock. And while the whole time the priest is condemning her, and he's just being, and he's the one who was abusing the situation. And
Yeah, he's the
also,
father.
yeah, he's the father. And then you think about this, it's like we have a lot of there's a lot of stories about Jesus, and again, whether you believe in him or not, just hear this out. We have a lot of stories about what Jesus did in his ministry, and who he went to preach to, and who he went to convert, and who he went to save, right? Because that's his thing. He came to save people from themselves, from all the pain and misery that they've been in. What is the recorded success rate of him being able to save people, save women from prostitution? What's his batting average? It's 1,000 per thousand. As far as every story that we have where he talks to a prostitute, he changes her life, and she completely changes around and lives a fulfilled, happy life. What is his rate of success when dealing with pious, arrogant, priestly people who think that they don't need no help from no God? 1 out of like 1,000. He saved 1 out of 1,000 of them.
Oof.
So there's 1,000 of them. So again, people really don't. I got really annoyed yesterday when I was listening to this. I listened to this clip. It wasn't long, but it absolutely infuriated me. And I'm just like, you guys are morons. It's like, no, the devil's going to use. He's going to use whatever he can to throw you into the loop. So it's not. That's the completely wrong question. It was really disingenuous. I really hated that the way that he put it. It's like that's not the issue here. The issue is that, I mean, there's a boatload of issues. Um, there's out of the boatload. I actually wrote this down because I was so like peeved with this that I actually wrote this down. I'm gonna add this to my book. So here in the book, we've got one of the main characters. He's this big beefy like prince guy. He's awesome. He's one of the main love interests of one of the main couples throughout the story. He's sitting there talking about lurid behavior coming from girls. Girls using lurid behavior to get what they want. So here's what I wrote down. It is, and I'm going to use the voice too. It is never a primary fault. The danger of a society, the danger to a society is, of course, a warning sign. It is a simple symptom of greater concerns, but not even at the level that other things are, such as addiction to drinking and alcohol, spice, which is drugs, other things that weaken the mind, violence, theft, and mistreatment of elders. These are all far greater dangers. Tyranny, censorship, control at the end of a spear, fear to walk the streets or to speak out against said chains of slavery, unwillingness to question authority, afraid to speak the truth, the love of and the use of lies and false witness to establish and maintain control, standards for one but not for another. These are the most vile things in a culture, and far worse than girls sleeping around or for selfish reasons or spending too much time, energy, and focus on their beauty. I know a lot of tactics that, and then he goes on to talk about the tactics that this particular species uses. But yeah, that got me, and I wrote that. That's my first draft of it, so I need to clean it up and like get it a little bit better. But that's like that is my point. It's like, and that should be the point of this stuff. It's like you're upset that there's a whole bunch of hoes walking around using OnlyFans and thinking that they're the top of the food chain. It's like, that's a problem. On the scale of things, how much of that is a problem over, I don't know, say like just the levels of alcohol in our culture? It's like The levels of alcohol and drugs are monumentally more of a problem than that. And it's not even by a small fraction. So, um, we were talking about grape, me and a friend the other day, and she was asking like, well, what's this like? What's some stats on it? So here's some uncomfortable stats on grape. About 90% of it involves alcohol. If you remove alcohol from the scenario, about 80% of those wouldn't happen, period. So, what's the most common denominator for grape and assault and stuff like that? There's a bunch of things, but girl behavior is in the low it's in the low fifth reason why it happens, which is a fraction of a percent. Like, just think about that. It's like 90% of it is alcohol. Well, about 80% of it's alcohol. 20% of it's drugs. Or not 20%. Less than 20. So 80% is alcohol. 15% is drug usage. From either party involved, right? Like all that kind of stuff. Then there is the power dynamic. I'm your boss. I'm in control. I'm your I hate to say it, but it's usually like father, brother, stepfather, uncle, grandfather, that kind of thing. Um, and I demand because I have the power over you. It's a power and dynamic issue. And then like a small amount of it's just random acts of violence that don't have some kind of correlation with drugs and alcohol. So it's like there's the problem for you, and the internet like makes all of those things worse, obviously. But at the end of the day, it's like the way that somebody dresses isn't even it doesn't even rank high on the list of top 10 reasons. And where it is, it sits at a monumental, I think it's like 0.2%. Now they'll say that the aggressors will often attack the person with this and demean the victim with this after the fact, but we know from like monumental amounts of data that it's usually the alcohol doing that first. They wouldn't have done that if they weren't drunk, or if the girl wasn't drunk. So it's like if you want to like
Yeah.
pick out crazy reasons, that's what it is. Sorry, I went on a crazy tangent there.
No, I mean like what is it? Alcohol loosens people's inhibition and to make concisive decisions. That's why nowadays, or at least during the height of the Me Too movement, consent while under the influence of alcohol isn't really consent because it loosens people's reason. So yeah. So you're not wrong. There was also an incident that happened IRL to somebody that I know where she said that they were at a bar and this man like approached them and he was like really pushy about him giving her and her friend like drinks and stuff, and she was like, this man's like really pushy. He's like, whatever. And then she's like, okay, whatever. And like they wait, I don't know if he left. I think they waited till he left and then like they drank the drink. But then they were like, okay, we're bored, we're gonna leave now. And then she like called her ride to come get them. And then their ride showed up. But by the time their ride showed up, they were like feeling woozy and stuff. And obviously, you can guess what that was. And yeah, it was a very scary experience. And obviously, and like, uh, yeah, like that stuff actually does happen. Like, I'm actually surprised that that happened because, like, they're usually, you usually have a lot of precautions and stuff to stay safe and all that, but it's like, it's just scary that that stuff, happening IRL, especially to like someone
And
like to
and
someone
and
is
and
scary.
and again, that guy is obviously Scott. I honestly think we should bring back like public game overs. bring back that kind of thing, for especially for those people. And I would rank like people who commit grape, like like that kind of thing, like him like drugging the drug. Well, I guess he did drug them.
Yeah.
They managed to get out in time, but again, that doesn't like he didn't do that because of the way they were dressed, like he or the way that they were acting or the fact that they had an OnlyFans. No, he if you remove all of that stuff, that he would still try to do that. But if he didn't have access to the drugs, then he would like he would probably default back down to like some kind of like random like violent like trying to use violence and stuff for it because yeah, monsters, absolute
Yeah.
monsters.
And we can't forget that human trafficking is a thing. We can't
And that, yeah, and
we can't forget that that
that's
exists.
that's a big thing of it too. I didn't include that in the numbers, by the way, though. That's that trafficking does fall under grape, but it's not the random. It's like that's what do they call that? That's like
It's like
that's like
forced
yeah,
prostitution.
yeah, it's forced prostitution, which falls under a different category of like crime. It's still obviously just as bad. It's still obviously just as bad, but there is a there is a reason for why, like there's a reason why that's not counted in the random, in the one-off grapes, right? It's like static abuse kind of thing, right? So
Yeah.
static abuse is a different thing, and looking into that, it mostly has there's sadly a lot of cultural problems with that, which we won't get into because that'll get us banned for sure. So yeah,
Yeah.
we're not gonna talk about that. People get very uncomfortable when you talk about that problem, which is a major, major problem. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like we'll see. Like there's a lot of danger out there in the world, and I know they're trying to help by, at least when it comes to these protections for the internet. I know they're trying to do that. But I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. Sometimes people get power in their head too much when it comes, especially when it comes to censorship at all. So this is kind of slippery slope. This is why some people don't like it, is because they know that if they take one freedom away, that's not the only freedom they try to go after, and that's what people don't want in the first place. They don't want anything taken away, because then it just leaves room for other things to be taken away, and no one wants to deal with that. And honestly, I don't blame them for feeling that way, but yeah, I don't know, we'll see. uh like I said, I'm just worried it might have consequences that we don't know might happen in the future. But if I could stop, at least when it comes to kids, stop kids from having access to inappropriate material. Uh, yeah, I was on team ban kids from the internet, because I don't think kids being on the internet is appropriate, especially considering all the adult content that is on the internet. It is not a place for kids. And there's like a lot of predators out there who take advantage. But yeah, I want to get a girl that's 40. Are you sure you should be saying that when you're 22? You want a cougar? Okay. Hello Ahmed, welcome in. But yeah, like, I want kids to be safe, but I also know that restrictions are a slippery slope, because it never stops at one thing. They always push the goalpost on stuff. So I don't know, we'll see. And yeah, I don't know, it feels weird that they're pushing for internet censorship, as well as while the MasterCard and Visa censorship is going on. It feels weird that that's all happening all at once right now. So did you have anything else you wanted to say about current day topics, or any games that might be coming out?
I haven't seen any games coming out. I did just yesterday. I did get a chance to play. Dark Conquest. It's like a Vampire Survivors type game. It's really good. And thankfully, it didn't take me all day because
Thank you for the
so
fallen
normally what
Alan
you do,
life. I appreciate it. Sorry, go on.
so normally what you do is with things like Vampire Survivors, you you spend a lot of time like trial and error trying to build up, like trying to figure out what exactly is like the best build and all that kind of stuff. um I looked at all the abilities, I did a bunch of math, and then I came up with a build. It didn't work. I tweaked it a little bit, and then I got a new build that I was happy with, and then I proceeded to one shot every single map until I got to the end boss. And I haven't tried the end boss yet, but I one shotted every single map, got through, completed absolutely every ritual, and I was like, okay, that was a lot of fun. I think what is my time in it now? The Dark Conquest. Where is it? Dark. Crap. Oh, there we go. Conquest Dark. Sorry, backwards. Conquest Dark, not Dark Conquest. Conquest Dark. I have 9 hours and I have 9.9 hours in it, and I basically completed everything. So I'm so happy. I'm like, yeah, this is great. I love this. This is good. This is what I want to see. Like, I love this. I love it when I can do that. That's great. I absolutely love it. But yeah. Oh, they got a different one in here now too. I love these Vampire Survivor games. Like they're really cool. They're really good. I think they're pretty awesome, and I wish that like I wish there were a little bit more of them in like unique ways and stuff like that. I have a couple actually. I've got a whole bunch of them actually. I've got a ton that I've been playing, and thankfully most of the time I only need to play them for a little bit and before I unlock everything and like master everything, because it really is it's about the challenge of it. But yeah, those kinds of games, if you come across any other ones, there's a good chance I've probably played it. But yeah, they're quite a lot of fun. None Holy is a good one. Vampire Survivors, of course. Where is Star Survivor? I guess it's in space. You're flying around in space doing the same thing. I've got, there we go. Terra Tech Legion. Terra Tech Legion. Same thing, but instead of, this one's unique because you're using vehicles, and you get to build the vehicle with essentially with Legos. Like, you build the vehicle as you unlock parts for it, and you can create like really crazy behemoths or whatever, and you get all these weapons that you unlock. And yeah, that's in a demo mode. But yeah, it looks good. I'm enjoying it. I love these kind of games. They're fun. So yeah, I know that we've got a bunch of big games coming out soon. There's a bunch of games coming out down the road that I'll be excited to get into. I have tried to convince Ash to play Fallout Bakersfield and to do a full playthrough guide with like guides on the various content and stuff like that. I am really trying to get him to do this. I'm really trying to get him to do this. That's my goal, and if we can, then we can. And yeah. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I definitely want to get into that because I'm really enjoying it. So yeah. Anyways, I think you guys
Reaver, have
will
a good
enjoy
night.
it.
Okay, Button Magic, have a good night. Oh, gotta go, everyone. Take care. Have a fantastic night. Okay, bye, Let's Go Gamer. Go have a good night. But yeah, I mean, I recently got some games. I'm sure that people are gonna be happy that I got, well, some of them. I'm not gonna say what the other one is. That one's just for me. But let me see. I got the horse game. I got the horse game.
Wow, you got Pony. You got
Uma
Pony Invaders
Musume.
5.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Wait, what?
that is a very sorry, never mind.
The Uma Musume Pretty Derby. I think that was
Yes,
the more
yes,
popular one.
that one. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah. I feel like wait, am I allowed to say this? Okay, I feel like we're missing a lot of opportunities for Fuda jokes. I'm just saying, cuz all of them are horse girls, girls with horse features, like horse ears and horse tails, but they're pretty much humanoid other than that. And they're named after actual derby horses. And I think but
They're not just named after Derby horses.
oh yeah, don't they have
They
the
are
same stats?
they're so the stats are close to the same, but on top of this, they are designed in a way to they're designed off of the horses and their personalities.
Oh
So
yeah.
some of the expressions, so some of the there's some famous pictures of some of the race horses where they're because horses have like they're like dogs. They've got personalities. They've got all kinds of hilarious personalities. Um, but they will do all kinds of things where they'll make some kind of like hilarious face or something like that and it becomes a famous picture and some of those faces are transferred over to the characters in the game. So
Wow.
I thought that was really cool. I was genuinely kind of like impressed with that. I was like, "Oh, that is very cool. That is genuinely very very cool." I think that's awesome. So, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just sad because it seems like I'm the only one making Fuda jokes. But yeah. You're missing you're dodging you're like missing the ball, internet. Come on. It's just right there. The jokes are right there. You're just like you're like dive bombing out of the way. Let's see.
I I I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'll try to come up with some funny ones
Oh
for
my,
you.
oh my, you're fine. You don't have to do it. So I played Peak. Peak is pretty fun, I guess. It was a little boring, honestly. It's fun to play with friends, but it's kind of boring. It's also a little annoying because you kind of like die pretty easily, and you kind of like die from hunger and thirst pretty fast too. I don't know. It's just very the mechanics of the of Peak, which is basically just a mountain climbing game, and it's supposed to be silly and cute because the player characters are like mascot looking cute characters. And I don't know, I don't know. It's just a little frustrating because when me and my friends keep starting out, we just have a hard time surviving the first couple minutes because the mechanics are a little intensive and it's like we have to be very careful of what we do. So it's not like as much as I'd like to have fun, it seems like it's very a little more there's a little more management going on than I initially thought. So, yeah, and it's kind of boring because it's not fun when you die really quickly and die all the time. So, that's my criticism of Peak. Oh yeah, I'm playing Expedition 33. It's really fun. I also play Repo. I'm actually really surprised of how fun Repo is. I thought I would find it boring because I thought it was going to be a similar vein of Lethal Company, and I think Lethal Company is very boring and not interesting. But I'm actually having a lot of fun with Repo and playing with my friends, so that was a pleasant surprise. Um, I mean, I have Prop Hunt, but I haven't played Prop Hunt yet. I got Buckshot Roulette, but I haven't played that yet. I have Resident Evil 2, and I haven't played that yet. Still need to finish Stellar Blade. I got Date Everything, and I plan to play that on stream. But I played the demo, and the demo was really good. So I was actually a little worried because the game was gonna have over 100 characters that you could date, quote unquote, and that would mean 100 actors. Technically, they kind of sidestepped the 100 actors, and they had one voice actor voice multiple characters in the game, so they kind of like like the little trick for that, which is fair enough. Like voice actors, if they're experienced enough, they can make different voices for different characters, and there some are like really good at doing that. And yeah, I I was actually, when I first saw the coming soon date everything thing, I thought it was like really silly, and I thought it wasn't going to be that good. But then I played the demo, and oh my god, the writing is so funny. The writing is so good. They literally characterize each character that you can date, quote unquote. Like it's just so it was a, and the voice acting is so good. Like they did such a great job, and I only played the demo. I haven't even played the game yet. Like they did such a great job already making this game, and I'm like, oh my god! Like it blew me away. I'm actually really excited. Oh yeah, I also played the demo for Dispatch, which is like, it's that one superhero game that's made by the same people who made like the Telltale games. You play a superhero, but then you end up getting retired, and then you start working at a dispatch unit, and then you're supposed to like help reformed heroes, like what is it, fight crime and stuff, and like rescue people and stuff like that. And you send them out on missions, but you're also trying to like have like these character moments with these characters, and like yeah. Okay, so I like the premise of the story, and I think the mechanics are interesting because you have to pick and choose which hero to send on what mission in order to make sure the mission is accomplished correctly. Because if you send the wrong person to deal with the mission, it's going to probably most likely end up in a failure. So you have to be careful on who you send. My one complaint about the demo, which is a precursor to the game, the one thing I hate about the demo is that the freaking voiced, like, okay, when the game gives you options to talk, it gives you like 5 seconds to choose a dialogue option, and I freaking hate that. Like everyone, Saib, everyone is timed.
Yep.
And
I have seen people react to this. I've seen people get very upset with this, which is very funny.
I have to scramble to pick an answer, and I'm like to respond to people, and I'm just hoping it's not in a assholey way, because you know how these dialogue options are. They seem like they're not the a-hole option, but then you just say something really rude, and you're like, oh whoa, that's not what I got from that dialogue option. It's like so frustrating. And they only give you a couple of seconds to freaking pick one. You have to pick one of 3 or 4, and I'm like, you're not giving me enough time to read all of them, and it's like fucking annoying, and I fucking hate that. And I hate that they put a freaking limit on dialogue options to talk to people, and I hate that you only give me a couple seconds to do it, and I hate that I am praying to God that it's not a rude option that leads to something bad. And I hate that. I hate that so much. I like, don't get me started on like QuickTime events. I don't like QuickTime events, but I don't like that you're not giving me enough time to think this through, and like it just is just so frustrating. I really hope that they at least give you the option to get rid of the timer. Can you please get rid of the timer? You don't have to get rid of it completely. You can keep it in if you want to challenge people, but just not have it an option where I don't have to deal with that. That's just stressful, all right? You're giving me stress, and I don't want to feel stress. I want to enjoy the game, and you're making me like I mean, don't get me wrong, there's also like what is it? There's timed events in the game where like you only have a couple of like a minute or a couple of seconds to respond to certain things, which makes sense because you're deploying heroes on crises.
But
You only
give you a minute to read the text.
I mean, yeah, like it makes sense that they give you enough time to read the text to know that something urgent is happening, and you only have a couple of seconds to respond because it is an urgent event during the hero missions. I get that. But when you're just talking to people and you're just literally shooting the Shiza and you're just chilling, and then you only have a couple of seconds to say if you want a beer or not, like that's just whatever. It's just so stressful. I'm like, God. And then the beer option leads to something negative happening because you didn't give me enough time. Like, that's just so annoying. It's freaking annoying. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, options and consequences, I am all for. But when you don't give me time to think it through, that's just annoying. That's just straight up annoying. Like, and that's just a demo side. That was just a demo. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. No, I think that's Sync set. I mean, I got Dead by Daylight, but I haven't played Dead by Daylight, but I got it. But it's in there. Um, I also got Hakuoki Edo Blossoms, which is like the second game in the Hakuoki visual novel franchise. I'm not really looking forward to that because I played the first game and there was just so much story content that it left little room for the romance aspect because what is it? Obviously Hakuoki the series is a romance series, a romance visual novel. Surprise, surprise. And but it has so much lore and so much story. It like barely gives any moments for romance. And I'm like, when am I going to like have a cute romantic moment with my the chosen character that I want to romance? When is that going to happen? I was like, we haven't even held hands. We haven't even talked to each other. And it's been like what, 28 hours? It's been 28 hours of me playing this game and we haven't even held hands. We haven't even gazed into each other's eyes yet. Like what is going on here? And then, like, yeah, it's just so much is happening in the plot that it leaves very little romance. It could be my fault because I picked a character who is more of a side character and not like the main romance option, quote unquote. But it's like, I don't know. It's just it was the plot was dragging on for so long and it was just very frustrating because like nothing was happening romance wise. And that's just the first game. I think the second game, there's more romance in the second game. I think maybe there was like some people complaining about that. And so in the second game, they put a lot more romance scenes in there. I could be wrong, but I'm scared to find out. I'm scared to like I never even finished the first game, Saib. I've spent 28 hours in the game and I haven't even finished one route. I haven't even made it to the freaking second act, Saib. I haven't finished the second act, Saib. Anyways, it's just frustrating. Like I love having content in games, don't get me wrong. It's just there's such thing as too much content. If they had like put a little more romance scenes in between all the story and plot, I wouldn't have this issue. But like I said, the romance aspect of it is just like really sparse in between all the heavy drama plot stuff happening around the character. So it's like I just wanted to vent. Sorry, I just wanted to vent. But yeah. But yeah. That's all I wanted to talk about, at least for the games I currently have in my library. Is
Yeah,
there?
I'm waiting on some games, some like indie games to come out, but I have not seen them at all for quite a while now.
Oh
So it's
yeah,
very.
there was there was this one indie game I was looking out for, and I was waiting, and I knew it was going to release at some point, but I kind of forgot about it. But thankfully I signed up for like a email response, like email notification, and I received an email notification saying that the game was available. I was like, oh my god. I was like freaking out. I was like, I've been waiting forever for this game. I'm so excited. And it was definitely one of those indie games that would not survive the censorship uh banning. So I'm so glad I got the game before the ban hammer came down. Cause yeah, I got the game and I downloaded it and I was like, oh, I can't wait to play this game. And then literally the next day, it was like the next day or the day after the next day, like the ban hammer came down. They started taking off not safe for work stuff, and I was like, oh my god! Like I am so glad I got the game before they did that. And it was also
Did you get it?
yeah, I got it.
Like,
I got
sorry,
it on. I got
sorry,
it on Steam.
that that's not what I meant to ask. Did it get banned though? Like,
No, I still.
is it still there?
Uh, I I got it on Steam, and I assumed that it's still available to me because I downloaded it before the ban.
You can, if you go to the game, you just click the store page on it, and it'll send you over to the store page if it's still there. If
It's
it's not,
still.
it'll.
I think it's yeah. It still shows that it's available. They haven't gotten rid of like the buy option and like add to cart.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so it's still available. I think it's because I don't know if anyone said anything about the ban. I think it's I don't that actually surprised me. This didn't get banned. I wonder why it didn't get banned. That is so
Well,
interesting.
like I said, not all of the games, not every single adult game got banned. And there are definitely, like, obviously there's some of them that are having, some of them are going to be targeted more than others for sure. Like that's almost guaranteed.
Yeah, I think maybe because it's such a small. I think it's because it's such a small game. Like it's kind of a cult classic. Like the creator has their own niche. So for this type of game and for this kind of genre, it's like a very niche subject. So it's like I think maybe that's what kind of protected them from this, is because it's not very popular. So and the creator is well known among their small fandom, but it's not their name isn't well known on the internet. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe yeah, I think it's just because they're a small creator that I don't know. Usually Steam's are really good at catching these things, but I don't know. Maybe it's because the creator what I found very interesting was that the creator left a little note talking about like why they made the game and stuff. And they said that the game, even though it has like, not safe for work material and stuff like that, like it said that the reason why they made the game is because they had an interest in a niche genre, and obviously there wasn't that much content for the niche genre, so they started making content for themselves, and they realized, hey, people might be interested, and so they, let other people also enjoy the works that they made, and people did. People enjoyed the works that they made. And they said that there were times where they wanted to stop making content, but a lot of people said that their works actually helped them through a lot, like helped them through like through a healing journey, through like trauma and stuff and processing things. And yeah, and I was like, and yeah, the content creator was like, yeah, this made me realize that there is a place for my work to be here, and I'm going to continue making this type of content. And I was like, you know what, you do that, creator, you do that. I'll support you because you make such good content. Dude, the first game I played by them was so good. It was so good, so well written. I enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. It was so good. And I was so excited for their next they said they were working on another game, and I was excited for it. And yeah, they released it. I got it. Oh, I got it. And I'm so glad it's not banned yet. I'm really worried it is going to get banned, but unfortunately, I'm sure it got banned on itch.io because itch.io just did a huge, massive purge. That's why I got so upset because I knew
They killed. They yeah, they killed absolutely everything. Like absolutely everything.
dude, I got so mad because I knew that creator, though I purchased their game off of Steam, they were on itch. Like that's where they made some of their money was having because they're an indie dev who made their own games. Like, and that's what pissed me off. I was like it just annoyed the crap out of me. I was like so mad. I would like and me and others were so close to not having access to this game, and that makes me livid just even thinking about that. Like, that is so not fair. And like, this creator works so hard to make these games, and it even helps people. And you're saying just because it has content that you don't like, you're just gonna get rid of it. It just pisses me off. But yeah, I'm just glad I was able to and still able to get the game while it's still available on Steam, but I'm pretty sure it got wiped from itch.io. I really hope they didn't actually delete everything, but I don't know. We'll see. Was there sorry, I just went on a huge tangent, but is there anything else you want to talk about, Seb?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys have a good day or night wherever you're at, and we'll see you guys next time. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.